You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you for joining us today. We have a very special guest with us, Mr. Carl Olson. And for those who are not aware of who Mr. Olson is, we are going to spend our time educating you about his works and deeds because he is someone that many of us have come to follow due to the methods and methodologies he has been working towards over the decades in the wonderful state of Iowa. So we are very honored today to be joined by Mr. Olson in Iowa, an Iowan legend, an American legend as far as we're concerned, as we basically want to just discuss a lot of the history that Carl has been around. We want to expose veterans and other activists to those of us who we look up to, those that we have worked alongside or we have watched from afar. I was very honored back in '94 to travel through with the Cannabis Action Network to the state of Iowa to meet Carl in person and be interviewed at a local high school there, which was quite eye-opening and fascinating to see how well educated the youth in Iowa were on hemp and cannabis, as well as to see the hard work and dedication that Carl was continuing to bring to fruition there. So, without further ado, Carl, thank you for joining us today. Um, Very simple question. How did you originally come to cannabis?
Um, I believe that I saw a movie in high school or somewhere in there called Assassin of Youth, and it was so overblown that it tweaked my interest in cannabis, and so and then it just seemed like coincidentally I would run into people that were using it, and so those two things came together, and I tried it, and I was like. Um, I was just thinking that the way they brainwash people to hate certain minority groups just flashed into my head, and it just made me extremely depressed or whatever. Just, I mean, the psychological impact that it had on me was just mind-blowing. I just thought the government knew that they were intentionally lying about this. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's how I felt about it at the time. Like this wasn't an accident. That it was very intentional and very evil. So that's how I originally came to cannabis, and then after a while, I started thinking I was having like a religious experience, and so I started looking for other people that were looking at it that way, and so I found them, and I ended up joining a group called they were involved with the Jamaicans, with the Rastafarians, and so that was what I got involved in because they saw cannabis as a sacrament, and the true sacrament, not the wine symbolic sacrament, but the real thing, something that you use all the time and in congregation, and it increases the spiritual experience that you have when you're involved in an activity with other people. So that's that's how that happened. And then we got arrested over and over again. And, you know, our cases were uh, widely publicized. We were on 60 Minutes in 1979 in a segment called Holy Smoke by Dan Rather. And my case, and then I filed with an application with the DEA for a religious exemption, like the exemption for peyote. And that case went to the U.S. Supreme Court in 1990. And oh, if you read any case about sacramental use of controlled substances, you'll see my case cited as the leading authority by why you have to be put down.
That's an interesting way of putting it, but yes,
Yeah.
for sure. But what you're talking about is you're talking about your original 20-ton bust, or well, I guess the first one you were able to get through, but the second one, I guess, was the one.
Well, my first state arrest was 120 pounds, and then my federal arrest was 20 tons. The 120 pounds, I was found, you know, in a car with 120 pounds of marijuana. The 20-ton bust was a couple dozen people on a remote island in Maine, Deer Isle in Maine, near Bangor.
Wow.
And so, yeah.
No,
Hey, Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom Riley.
Yeah. How you doing, Al?
Tom Riley. I'm doing great,
Oh,
man.
Tom
Tell
Riley.
these guys.
You knew Tom? Did you, or you just know about him?
No, I went to high school with him.
Oh my God!
We were in the same graduating class. There was only 42 of us. Oh yeah, man! I knew him from the get-go.
Holy cow!
And he went to Seton Hall. And the next time I saw him is what you were talking about, that Dan Rather interview on whatever the hell it was. And there he was in Miami in a Tell these guys about this. Tell them.
Well, he came to Iowa and testified in my case and said I was a member of the Ethiopian Zion Coptic Church. So he was one of my main witnesses. He actually came to Iowa and took the witness stand. And so did Melanie Dreher. You know Melanie. Melanie lived with us down in Jamaica at Star Island, and then so she testified at my trial too, saying that it was a legitimate religion. Of course, by then the Florida Supreme Court had already said it was a bona fide religion, centuries old, and regularly used cannabis as a sacrament. So, but Melanie and Tom Riley were awesome expert witnesses at my trial. So, and of course, I was found guilty of possessing the sacrament, and which I claimed to be my own, and went to prison for that. And I don't know how long Tom did in prison, but probably longer than I did.
And in prison, you started to self-educate yourself and started to read and then apply, correct?
No, I did that at Star Island in 1979 or something like that. I moved to Star Island in Miami, and I went to prison in 1984. So between 79 and 84, the church headquarters there, we lived in a commune. They bought me law books, and I started reading the Bureau of National Affairs weekly law reports and got a subscription to the Southern Reporters, you know, the Northwest or the Southern Reporter West publication, and U.S. Code annotated, Florida statutes annotated, and just started reading every kind of thing I could get my hands on, legal stuff. So I did that for 5 years, and the guy that ran the Dade County Law Library noticed my interest and started helping me with learn how to do legal research. So by the time I got to prison, I was already pretty well legally educated and already had a case pending with the DEA. And then while I was in prison, I got locked up with my co-defendants, which was just amazing. And they were really, we got along well with the prison guards, and so they made me the head of the law library. So I ran the law library while I was in prison. Then when I got out, I got a paralegal degree and started working for the state government and the Department of Transportation. I did that for 13 years. And that's probably what I was doing when you met me. That would have been about the time the Cannabis Action Network was trekking through Iowa. And I met Jack Kerr and Chris Conrad. They were doing the hemp tour, and they came to Iowa. And then I became the state coordinator for NORML from 2002 to 2012. And then I started this Iowans for Medical Marijuana thing with George McMahon and Barbara Douglas so that we could, well, you know, the Raich case in 2005 said there was no argument for medical use. And so we had a Supreme Court ruling in Iowa where they said the medical necessity defense wasn't available because the legislature had already determined that Schedule I means no medical use. And so medical necessity wasn't an open question. So they said, and if that wasn't true, the Board of Pharmacy would let us know. So I got a hold of Al Byrne here, and we decided we were going to challenge the Board of Pharmacy, and we pulled it off. In 2009, they ruled, or 2010, they said it was medicine based on a whole ton of expert witnesses that Al and Mary Lynn got together, and NORML provided a couple, and so did Marijuana Policy Project. So, but it was a show. We had 4 public hearings in 4 cities, 8 hours each of testimony from all over the planet, and doctors from everywhere, and it was just overwhelming, and they were all transcribed. I still have the transcripts of every one of those, all, you know, 4 8-hour hearings, and yeah, it was amazing. So thank you, Al.
Yeah. Well, this is how we come to move things. It's
Yeah.
quite amazing as also how small the world is to realize that his high school buddy that y'all would be involved in, and in the end,
That's
Al
incredible.
would be working together. It just makes this world a little bit smaller sometimes.
Well, see, that's why I think all this is spiritual. I mean, there's just something weird about it that just seems magical. It's like, you know, I don't know how the hell this stuff happens, but yeah, we're all drawn together about like a magnet, you know. So
yeah, and
Well, Riley was hard to miss, by the way. He was 6'8" or 6'9". I mean,
yeah.
he was the center of our high school basketball team. And so
Yeah.
if you put him in a lineup with a bunch of other guys, he was definitely going to be taller than everybody else.
Yeah.
The last I heard of him was that, Carl, that when he got out of the prison system, which I think was Florida,
Yeah.
he was finally released where he could leave the country. I
Yep.
believe he went to the Netherlands.
Yep.
He got married. He
Well,
had
he
a
got
child.
married before.
And-
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
if
okay.
you
They
can
were a couple. I don't know when they got married, but they were a couple when I knew him.
Okay.
His wife is
Did he have
Cordelia.
kids?
Yeah, he had a
Did
son.
he have
Yeah, he had a
a
son.
son?
Yeah. I don't know what happened to, I know I've talked to Cordelia a couple times. Like, I think I talked to her about a year ago. We all got together
Really?
for a funeral for Jim Tramner's wife died about a year ago, and she organized a Zoom thing where we all got together and met, and she invited me to that. So
right on.
Well, I'm in a Zoom meeting quite frequently during the month with a lot of, we only had 42 guys in our class. 8 of them served in the Vietnam War out of that number, which I think is rather extraordinary. Tom, we were always wondering what happened to Riley. As you're explaining it to me, he went to the Netherlands. He had his lady. He had a child, and he died there. Is that correct?
yeah, I think he had some kind of a blood cancer, some kind of blood thing. I mean, he was always frail, and yeah. So he went to the Netherlands because the cannabis was freely available there, and the federal convictions and all that stuff wouldn't haunt him there, and so yeah.
Well, thank you for updating me. I'll tell my classmates that I talked to you. Yeah. I saw that show by on national TV, and it was. I think the thing that screwed you guys up on that show, Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, but everything seemed to be going pretty well with the interview with Riley and Rather and all that. And then they showed a few shots of young people, children, 10 years old, 12 years old, hitting on joints. And I think at that point, the American society at that time, you know, we're back here in the late 60s, we're talking about. That just turned everybody off, Carl. Do you think that's true or not?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't, in Miami, the news media used to come over and film kids smoking marijuana. That wasn't the only, I mean, that was a regular thing. That wasn't like just a fluke or anything. That was the real deal.
It was.
We couldn't hide. We got arrested over and over again, and the media wanted to know what the hell was going on. We let them in and showed them what was going on. That was all real. I mean, there wasn't any fake or doctoring or changing anything or creating appearances or putting on an act. We just gave them the real deal. You know.
What did they arrest you for?
Huh?
What did they arrest you for?
I got arrested in Iowa for 120 pounds, and when they got me on the witness stand, they asked me some kind of question, and I said it was good for the young, good for the old, and good for the baby 1 day old. They didn't ask me if I had kids or if I gave it to kids. They said, based on that testimony, that I gave it to kids, which I didn't do. But
they
my
painted
beliefs
you that way, and once you were
well,
painted
my
that
beliefs
way,
were that it was good for kids, but I'm not going to give it to your kid. If I had kids, I would have I didn't have kids because I felt like the government would indoctrinate them against me, and they would raise them up to be snitches. And I mean, I don't have kids, and I don't have a family, and you know, I trust no one.
Pearson, you had a response.
Yes, Carl, thanks for coming on with us. Incredible. I'm not sure if you're aware of the Colette raids, 1992 up here in Alaska. The feds came up and did a multi-prong cannabis sting. DEA came up, Blackhawks, everything like that, and we ended up. I wasn't up here, but John Collette, the so-called ringleader, got his place raided. He had to grow underneath a rose garden. That was I guess kind of like a Connex box. But he got charged federally, and then the state after he actually fled and got brought back here. The Supreme Court in Alaska found that it was a breach of our Ninth Amendment right to privacy, and he is actually a licensed cannabis cultivator to this day. And he had been charged with, I believe, 10 years in federal prison, and actually fled and got off on it. Now has a license, legal cannabis license up here in Fairbanks, along with TSA allowing for going outside their means and working on things that aren't as dangerous as bombs and stuff, just to hold up otherwise nonviolent consumers. I just want to say thank you for your courage of bringing this plan into the communities and helping.
Yeah, my reaction when I started using it was that the world was at war and violent. that cannabis made people peaceful. And so I thought by distributing as much as I could, that I would be bringing out a change in the way people think, and that they would become more peaceful and friendly. And so that was my thinking about it, was to spread cannabis far and wide. Now, I didn't live in Alaska, so Alaska was famous for Raven versus State, you know. So Alaska's always been progressive, if you want to call it, on this issue. Yep.
Absolutely. You were a red state, and I haven't met a Republican up here that would go against it. Oh, never mind. That was misleading. Yes, I have. Republican.
But it is different, though. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, your what was the name of didn't you have a senator that just died or something, Young or something?
John Young.
John Young.
John
yeah.
Young. He's the longest federal House representatives. He was a senior or the dean of the House, and he had been in for decades, and he has always been with veterans and cannabis, and he had a bill going that we were really following, where you wouldn't lose your Second Amendment rights because you are a consumer of cannabis, and unfortunately he passed away recently. And I always enjoyed speaking with him loudly in town halls. He was a good guy.
Yeah. Cool.
Well,
Hey, Carl. Raven, interesting you bring that up. I was on the board of Normal, and the lawyers for that cause came to DC, and we had some money then, I believe it or not. We ended up $50,000 for that particular case in Alaska. But I always thought, and I don't know if this ever influenced your thought, but I thought that when Alaska legalized the use of cannabis, even publicly, you could go into a bar up there and light up a joint. Nobody gave a shit. And that went on for like 20 years. I might be off a few. And then nothing happened. Nothing bad happened in 20 years. You know, it wasn't like axe murders increased by 100% or something. The only thing that changed that huh?
I said it wasn't the assassin of youth.
Exactly. Yeah. But anyway, did any of that Alaskan law? Did any of that Alaskan law influence how you approach law in Iowa?
Oh, only as far as a encouragement, or I mean, it just a bright spot. Not particularly, no. I mean, it just created that, like, you know, okay, this can happen, you know. I mean, like, don't give up. There's hope, you know. That was how I looked at it. I didn't really.
Yeah, Alaska was always that kind of a lighthouse off in the distance with a bright light kind of circling every once in a while. You're like, oh yeah, it happened over there. It's a possibility.
Yeah. Must have been the vodka or something. I don't know.
Yeah, except in the winter.
Yeah.
Or that's the only time you can see the lighthouse.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, our next question is going to be from Tony Landry, Councilmember Landry.
Oh, thank you, ATN. Thank you, Carl, for being here. I think we chatted a little bit. You like growing hot peppers and stuff?
That's me. Yeah.
Yeah, we chatted before on Facebook.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you from deep South Louisiana in Cajun country, Lafayette, Louisiana, and we eat a lot of hot peppers down here. So
yeah,
connection there. Okay, I have a question for you. I don't know anything about Rastafarianism, and this question says, I'm going to learn something here.
Okay.
It says, could you please explain the connection between Rastafarianism and cannabis beliefs?
Well, Rastafari is a big deal in the Caribbean, not just Jamaica, but all over the Caribbean. And it is a religion that uses cannabis as its sacrament and traces that back through Africa and India. During the slave trade, the Europeans enslaved Africans and Chinese and Indians. And so the name ganja comes from India, and the religion comes from Africa. Rastafari is Prince of Peace, or it's a biblical term, but it's an African term, but it means the same thing. It comes from Christianity that split off from like the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church split. The Eastern Orthodox Church filtered down through Africa. The country of Egypt was called Coptic, and the language was Coptic. The entire continent was called Ethiopia at one time. And the Coptic religion spread down to Ethiopia in the 7th century, and then the chain of emperors in Ethiopia, it was a theocracy. They claimed direct descendancy from the Solomon and Sheba. Sheba was from Africa, and so they have this whole genealogy thing. And there's a Ethiopian Tawahedo church, and they split and schismed. And when the Marxists took over, it's no longer a theocracy, and now the original version of that Ethiopian Rastafarian thing is headed in Jamaica. They have a pope in Jamaica and another one in Ethiopia, and there's a schism between the two. So they don't use cannabis as a sacrament, but the Rastafarians do, okay? And so Bob Marley, just before he died, converted to this religion that doesn't use cannabis as a sacrament. But they do believe Rastafari is God, and they worship a person, okay? And that person's dead now. So it would be kind of like Jesus or something or whatever. So my religion believes that Christ is a collective, and that we are, when you're looking at someone else, you're looking at God face to face, that God lives in us, and collectively we are God. So but we called ourselves Rastafarians. I didn't know there was these, when I first heard about Rastafari, that's how I heard about it. I didn't know that there was people that believed a person was God, or that it came from Ethiopia or Africa. I didn't know any of that. I found out about it later. But so I don't know of any other religion that's that big. I mean, the country of Jamaica in 2015 actually nationalized Rastafari as a cannabis religion in their drug law. So there's nothing like it on the planet. And if you go down and meet with those people, you will feel comfortable, like you're with your own. And so that's what happened to me. I enjoyed being around those people because they weren't crazy brainwashed about marijuana, and they believed that all kinds of other herbs had healing properties, and they avoided processed foods and chemicals. And so it wasn't just the marijuana. It was like, marijuana is a natural plant. You need good, clean soil, good, clean air, good, clean water. And you need that for everything else that promotes life. So that's the connection.
Thank you for that, Carl.
Thank you, Carl.
Yeah.
No, that was absolutely wonderful. Our next question will go to Council Member Wade Laughter.
Yeah, Carl, really deep respect for you and some of the choices you've made in your life. I'm particularly struck by your description of your relationship to the plant and how you came to it as a sacrament. And I just want to note, with respect for your previous work with the Coptic Church and establishing the right to use cannabis as a religious sacrament, you personally have given up your own personal religious use of cannabis due to a belief in changing the laws. Can you kind of build a bridge between that activist who saw it as a sacrament and now has had to make a choice to pass on
sure.
use for yourself? Thank you,
Absolutely,
Carl.
yeah.
This is a fascinating conversation, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a critical thing to my whole everything I do. Yeah. So in all of my cases, I argued that my religious use of cannabis, and not just me, all these other people like Tom Riley and all the other people that were involved in the church. You know, Ramsey Clark was our attorney, former attorney general under Lyndon Johnson, and on the normal board of directors. And we made the argument that we were protected by the First Amendment, and the argument was no harm, no foul. Okay, where are the bodies? You know, sure, the children on TV smoking cannabis, where are they now? They're productive citizens working, they're just regular people. Nothing happened to them. So our argument was no harm, no foul. And so when we went to the Supreme Court, while my case was pending, when I went to the Supreme Court, all the other people had dropped off by then. I had this petition with the DEA to create an exemption like the one for peyote. All the other people had given up, lost their appeals. And I was the only one carrying this thing from a civil perspective. So all these cases were criminal cases, so I created the civil case with the DEA to apply for an exemption. So I'm not the defendant, I'm suing them. And so when that went to the US Supreme Court, they had a case called Employment Division versus Smith about a Native American in Oregon that was fired from his job for using, as a drug counselor, for using peyote. And the argument was that that was protected by the First Amendment to the US Constitution. And of course, they had a sacramental exemption in the federal regulations. So the argument was, hey, this really is religious. The federal government recognizes it. The ruling in that case was that as long as the Oregon drug law was neutral toward religion and generally applicable. So Oregon drug law did not have any exceptions for religion or unauthorized for non-prescription use of controlled substances, no exceptions. The Supreme Court said in that case, they were not going to bludgeon the state of Oregon with the First Amendment, and they weren't going to apply the First Amendment. And in all of my cases, I had made the argument that I should have equal protection because Iowa had a peyote exemption. Unlike Oregon, Iowa has always had this religious exemption for peyote, and the federal government has always had the religious exemption. So unlike Oregon, I was living in places that did have religious exceptions. And so I said the law is not neutral toward religion, it's not operationally neutral toward religion, and it is not generally applicable. And the courts all agreed with me and said, okay, we're going to apply something called strict scrutiny, the compelling interest test. And they said, your use of marijuana is not like the use of peyote because they're not the same substance. The use of peyote is limited and your use is unlimited. The way that you use it is constantly, all the time, everywhere. Marijuana is in high demand and peyote is not. And peyote is obtained legally in Texas, and the Texas peyote suppliers are licensed under Texas law and federal law. And I had no way of saying where I was going to get marijuana legally. There were no legal sources in the United States. So I said, the federal government should give me a canister with 300 cigarettes in it with a prescription to smoke 10 a month, or 10 a day, like the patients had on the compassionate use program. And they said, no, we're not going to make a religious exemption where we supply you with free marijuana. And so I lost based on that. So at that point, I knew that the Constitution doesn't get up and walk around and enforce itself. It's whatever the US Supreme Court says it is. At that point, I no longer had an argument that what I was doing was legal. It was toast. And so I stopped using marijuana because I couldn't afford to get 3 strikes and you're out. And I had no legal defense, no credible argument. So I said, I'm going to wait until the law's not generally applicable, but I'm going to use marijuana as my equal protection argument the next time I come back. Well, Iowa did that in 2017, And my lawyer just filed our reply brief in court today, and we're litigating that in Iowa District Court, and I have a petition pending with the DEA for the same thing, saying that now there's a legal source where I can get it. And the other thing is that this manufacturer in Iowa called MedFarm, they just got a DEA license for bulk manufacturing. So that means they have a federal license to grow marijuana. So I could say there's actually a place that's legal under both state and federal law where I could get the marijuana from, and they will sell it to me because they sell marijuana. I wouldn't be asking for a free handout. I would be willing to buy it. So that's why I quit using marijuana 32 years ago. And I made that sacrifice because there was no other intelligent thing to do. If I wanted to stay involved in the legal fight, I had to have a legal argument. And so to make the whole thing, and another thing is, like, the state set up this illegal program to distribute cannabis. They've got a federally criminal enterprise running this thing in Iowa, growing the marijuana. And they got a federal license now to grow bulk marijuana for the DEA, but that doesn't apply to what they're doing in Iowa. They're violating federal drug law every day. So I was able to use that and go to the board that regulates the program and say, well, I had declarations from Iowa legislators saying that we just violated federal law. We're violating federal law in the newspaper, on the TV. And I gave that to the board and said, are we? And they looked at me like, you're not supposed to ask that question. Of course we are. And so I said, if there was something we could do to fix that, should we? And they said, yeah. And I said, well, hey, there's an exemption we could get. Peyote's got one. There's no way the government could say we don't qualify. We got this well-controlled program here with no diversion, no adverse health impact. We should qualify for an exemption. That's safer than the peyote exemption, for God's sake. And they said, okay, let's do that. So then they backed out of it. They wanted the legislature to enact that into a law. And so the legislature said, we're going to apply for federal funding guarantees. Then the Department of Public Health said the only way to get federal funding guarantees is to apply for this exemption Olson is talking about. And then they didn't do anything. So I had to sue them for mandamus to file the damn thing. So they filed for federal funding guarantees, and I filed that with the DEA saying, wait a minute. And I attached the document where they said federal exemption was the only way to get the federal funding guarantees, and said, they know they need a federal exemption, and you know you can give them one. That's what this is about. This is not about federal funding guarantees. We need an exemption from federal drug law to make the whole thing legal. And so that's what I was able to do by saying, I'm not breaking the law. Why should you? Like, didn't you ding me my whole entire life for breaking the law? And now it's just okay for everybody to break the law? When did that happen?
I got to say, Carl, I have such deep respect for your commitment to making change in the law. I have a justice boner. I'm going to lean back and just enjoy it. Thank you.
I could see it. I could see this whole thing in my head, and that's what keeps you going, is to be able to visualize the thing and see it. That makes it easier to make the sacrifice because you know the payoff is there. The only thing is to live long enough to get there, you know. And like I'm feeling pretty good, you know. I'm 70 years old and I don't feel bad, you know. So I'm going to live long enough to see it.
Well, and we're going to keep working at it hard enough so that you can see it in your lifetime. So we're going to do our part in September for our lobby day as we go up and kick them in the proverbial mental nuts and see how they respond and move on from there. Because yeah, we want to actually have the program completely redone. After talking to Alice Randall, who joined us on a previous one, and she warned us because we wanted to reopen the Compassion IND program for veterans and veterans access, and she told us, no, don't do that. You know, actually create and have them create a new system outright, because we don't want that crappy hemp grade cannabis that they grow in Mississippi and dry on plastic in the sun compared to the quality cannabis that we sell over the counter every day in California, Washington, Oregon, etc. So it's
Well, that's
just
another thing. The DEA was just completely routed by the U.S. Department of Justice in 2018 for running an illegal pot farm in Mississippi for 50 years and in violation of the international treaty and federal drug law. And so these are the kind of things that I store in my tool chest because I'm not violating any drug laws. And so when they start getting picky with me and saying, oh, well, you're dirty, we can't work with you and all, I'm going, hey, pot calling the kettle black here, come on. Like, you're not clean. Like, how can you tell me I'm unworthy? Like, Jesus.
And the irony is this you'll find in that we giggle at is, of course, now since of course Michael Krowitz was part of the group that helped change international law, which has of course changed the treaty status, or at least our hand in it, and we're trying to get hold of the USAG's office to, or much less get the media to notice that we're currently out of sync now with international laws and treaty, and somehow no one in the media wants to talk to us, and no response back. So we're probably gonna have to do our own FOIA request, or to find out what is actually happening there.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
I read the high compliance thing that Michael knows about.
Well, that's
and of course, the UN rescheduled cannabis in December of 2020, saying, "Oh, it has medical use." So of course, that should have a ripple effect. Yes.
And thus making the cannabis farm in Mississippi finally legal.
Yeah, I don't know how that. Yeah, I assume that they fixed all the problems with that, and of course, they licensed Med Farm here in Iowa to do the same thing as the Mississippi pot farm because they can't keep up with the demand, and the quality of the marijuana they grow is not. They want more variety, and so they licensed Dr. Sicily, and where's she from? Arizona or New Mexico? I can't remember, but anyway, she does the PTS studies.
Arizona.
PTSD.
Yep, Arizona.
Yep.
Well, that leads us to, right to Michael Crowitz, who is going to ask our next question because it leads and kind of stacks on what we're just talking about. Michael Crowitz.
Thanks, Etienne. It's great to see you, Carl, and thank you so much for sharing some time with us. The question is really short, so I'm going to actually make it a little longer. How can a state use exemption to remove itself from federal law? The thing about your work on exemption and that I find fascinating is my work on international stuff really revolved around one sentence in our Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, and one little paragraph in the Controlled Substances Act. And when you were saying something along the lines of, when they send us back from the court saying that we haven't exhausted all our non-judicial, administrative remedies, these are the remedies they're talking about, these little paragraphs in the CSA. And what baffles me is that you could be working on this little paragraph in the CSA and that the movement for the last 50 years or 60 years with all these legal eyes has missed it. And also,
21 USC 822D. Yeah.
And I also want you to tell us, if you could, wrap up a little bit about where this work is. Like, how many states have put in
okay, good. Yeah.
proper applications, where those applications.
A friend of mine wanted that question to be asked and wanted me to answer that question. So that's good. I have a friend in Hawaii who's a doctor, and he's been working on this. And so anyway, yeah, Hawaii passed a resolution, unanimous in the House and Senate, to have their Department of Health investigate this exemption argument. And the Department of Health in Hawaii responded by saying, we're ashamed of our state and we don't want to draw any attention to ourselves, so we're not doing, because it didn't have any mandate that the department do anything. It simply told them to check it out. So they checked it out and said, we're too ashamed to even bring this up, so we're not going to do anything. So now they're stuck, and they're going to have to get a law and signed by their governor to force the state to apply. But it did get passed unanimous in the House and Senate. In Minnesota, it went quite a ways in their health bill last year and this year, but it didn't make the final cut. But it was kicked around by the bill to apply for the exemption was introduced by the two co-chairs of their medical cannabis board, who are legislators. They have a different kind of a composition board than what we have here in Iowa. Our board here in Iowa is strictly medical professionals, and my experience working with Al with the pharmacy board here led me to believe that that was the best audience that I could find, is medical professionals. And so I went to them feeling confident that medical professionals would understand what I'm talking about, because they know about red tape and federal regulations, and especially people that are really deep into the medical profession. And sure enough, they understood it right away, and they agreed with me. One of them gave me $100 to help sue the governor last year. And that's the one that contacted you, Al, and said he wants to join your group. So I'm hijacking the medical board. I mean, the board that regulates our cannabis program here is co-petitioners and activists. Yeah.
Well, hijack accordingly.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was Michael's question about if other states have picked up on this. So yeah, 2 states have picked up on it, but I know people really well in those 2 states. Like the doctor in Hawaii, his attorney is the son of one of the people in this Coptic church. So like, isn't that a coincidence? And And the guy in Minnesota, he gave me, like him and Randy Quaid, who was the chair of the normal board, gave me $2,000 back in 2013 to file a separate appeal in the case Michael was in, our scheduling case that we had, the Coalition for Cannabis Scheduling. I tried to argue that state law was accepted medical use, that you couldn't get any more accepted than a state law, that medical opinion was nowhere near as significant as a state law. That establishes medical use beyond any reasonable doubt. And so that was the argument I made in Michael's case, but I made it in 2010 and we all filed that in 2002. And so by the time I was bringing this argument into it, the DEA had already gotten the decision from the FDA and the case. I was too late to make that argument. But anyway, so the guy in Minnesota has been working with me for a long time, and the one in Hawaii. So,
Michael, I had a follow-up for you there, Carl.
Yep.
At least one, I guess. But it just surprises me, I guess, that well, first let me do some cleanup. When you're talking about the International Drug Control Treaty and the U.S. Compliance, it had to do with really something rather mundane. Within the treaty, each country that has cannabis as a medicine, whatever, is supposed to designate one governmental office to oversee that. And we had those responsibilities shared between NIDA and DEA and the Mississippi Farm, all over the place. Exactly the reason that the treaty asks is why, this is a bad idea, because in the US, it is quite dyslexic when you're trying to talk to the program. There is no program, right? And that's the out of compliance part, the major out of compliance part. Also, the DEA was arguing with the State Department, because the State Department, like every other country, read the treaty and said, well, of course, the government can have a non-governmental entity, a contract grower or whatever. It doesn't have to grow all the weed, but yet the DEA was saying the opposite and even arguing it in court. It's quite dyslexic. But my question is this, states, really, it strikes me, we see the passing of the buck at the national level, like where the executive branch says, oh, the Congress should do it. Congress says the executive branch should do it, back and forth. We've seen that, especially with scheduling. But I guess it's a little more hidden, but I see it in your work and at the state level at this passing of the buck, because here the states are essentially hoping that the feds do something, when in reality they still may have medical marijuana in their state, but they may have cannabis in Schedule I, or they may have medical marijuana in their state.
Oh yeah,
but they haven't,
it's an alternative. It's basically saying we're going to let you use marijuana, and it's not safe for medical use, and it's not safe for for use under medical supervision, but we're going to let you decide for yourself whether you think it's good for you, but it's not approved, so you use it at your own risk. There's no guarantee that it will work. We're telling you it's not safe, all these different things, but we're going to let you use it. So it's the authorization of something outside the context of the Controlled Substances Act, saying it's an exception. So the state has created an exception to the Controlled Substances Act because it doesn't fit in the Controlled Substances Act. That's what the federal exemption would do, the same exact thing. It would say, this is exempt. All that other stuff does not apply. And we're not approving, we're not saying this is good for anything. You decide that. We're going to let you decide. If you think it's good for you, you go ahead and use it. We're saying we don't think it's good for anything, but we're going to stay out of it. It's like medical necessity in a way, or it's like, so it's an exception. And in the international treaties, you've got medical use, scientific use, horticultural use, industrial use, and then you've got domestic law. It says, and constitutional law. That's not medical use. It's not scientific use. It's not horticultural. It's not industrial. It's other, and it's covered. The treaty allows for that. So there's no way that you can say that what you're doing is not okay, but you have to identify why it's okay and use those sections of the treaty to say, this is what we're doing. We're not confused about it. We know what we're doing. These are our rights. And that's what's not happening. We're not seeing the states say they have a right to do this under federal and international law, and they do. But they won't say it. And the same thing, like when you see Portugal or Jamaica or something change their laws, they need to tell the UN, we're doing this pursuant to the UN treaty. This is a section of the treaty that allows us to do this. We're filing a declaration with the International Narcotics Control Board explaining what we're doing so that you know that we're not just giving you the finger and saying we don't like law and order or something. I mean, so yeah, it's yeah, there's a way to do this, but people are not passionate enough about this to care. And it's like, well, who's being injured by this? Well, people who can't defend themselves, right? I mean, you know, was a person that's on this program's got a debilitating medical condition, what are they going to do? Sue the DEA? Like, where do they get the wherewithal to do that? So I have the wherewithal to do that, and I'm doing that, and I'm doing it out in the open and in full cooperation with our Department of Public Health. And they know why I'm doing it, because I can, and I'm healthy. So I can stay focused.
Well, you keep doing what you're doing, because that voodoo that you do is working. Wade has a follow-up as well.
I'm going to try and keep it brief. I feel like the stigma, if you will, that was created by Prohibition and then the Controlled Substances Act around cannabis is really kind of the crux of this. And I want to see the laws change. I mean, one of our tagline, the Veterans Action Council, is access for all. That's our goal.
Sure.
This plant is not harmful, but there's all this residual craziness in the laws that exist now. And I guess as someone who uses cannabis every day myself and have for many years, and I'm of similar age to yourself, Carl, I can't get my head around not using for 30 years. Deep respect for your willingness to do it, because it gives you that platform to stand on, that it's part of your religious sacrament, but you're passing on it because you don't want to go back to prison and you want to be able to say, I'm not committing a crime, you guys are. At what point do you think you might finally be able to smoke a joint again, man? What's that going to look like for you, Carl?
Well, first of all, let me just go back to the example with the Department of Health in Hawaii saying we're ashamed of this and we're not going to stand up for it and defend it. So that's the stigma part of it, okay? In Iowa, I've shown our Department of Health that there's a way to go forward, and they're owning it. I mean, reluctantly, but they are owning it. I have a written declaration from them saying Carl Olson is right. The only way to settle this is to get a federal exemption. So basically, I've dragged them kicking and screaming to saying, we're not ashamed. We know what we're doing. We're proud of it, and it's the right thing to do. So that's the stigma part of it. As far as smoking cannabis, the Department of Health just filed their brief on July 8th opposing my application for a religious registration in the program, saying that it's not my religious practice to use cannabis extract, that my religion requires smoking cannabis. And so I'm saying, well, yeah, but my religion doesn't require abstinence either, and you're telling me I can't use anything. So cannabis extract would be better than nothing. So, stop the bullshit. But then I'm saying, well, like last year we lifted the THC cap on it. So the program is not what it was 2 years ago. It keeps getting more and more inclusive, and there was a bill introduced just this year by 3 Republicans to add 3 ounces of combustible raw cannabis to our program, and Minnesota just did that. So why would I wait until they create combustible raw cannabis to apply to get on the program? I want on now, and then I won't have to. And not only that, if I applied for it after they add smokable cannabis to it, they'll still try to say I can't have it. So I see myself being in the same boat as 10,000 Iowans on this program, and we will all rise or sink together, and I am with them, and my use will be the same as theirs. and it will track that way. Whatever they can do, I can do. That's the argument that we have in court right now. So I can't answer your question, but I can tell you that that's the direction that I'm going.
Well, we hope you can self-realize that sooner rather than later as well. Council
I
member
smoked
Tony
cannabis for 20 years, so I still remember what it's like. I want to do that. Yeah, it's still good, I bet.
Councilmember Lane.
Yeah, I was just going to comment earlier. Carl was on how the state, like Louisiana, we have the state, the ag department was running the cannabis program, but the state acknowledged cannabis as medicinal. They have 2 state universities, LSU and Southern University, using contractors to grow cannabis. And yet this year we passed a law to have the Department of Health regulate the cannabis program. But yet the Department of Health is in control of our Controlled Substance Act in Louisiana, and they have cannabis listed as Schedule 1. So there's a conflict there. If you're going to regulate the health program, cannabis program, and go out there and check, testing and all this other stuff, then you've got to acknowledge that the cannabis is medicinal, has some medicinal value.
Well, it could have medicinal value in the same way that a proper diet would have, but it wouldn't be prescription. And all the schedules are prescriptions. All 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is all prescription. So I don't want cannabis to be rescheduled. I want it to be descheduled. Right. And so I don't see a conflict there. I see this as being an alternative medicine. I don't want it to be an FDA approved prescription. And not only that, how many FDA approved prescriptions for plants are there? It doesn't exist. It'll never happen. So I think this is medicine that you can grow in your garden, and there's no place for it in the Controlled Substances Act. But an exemption would take care of that right away. It would not be permanent. Exemptions can be revoked, so it wouldn't be permanent. It would be a step toward everybody realizing that we need to come up with a permanent solution to this, which is descheduling and coming up with safety regulations like we regulate food or something. It's not prescription, but it can't have contaminants in it. It has to be standards that it has to be acceptably grown and packaged and that kind of regulations.
Right. Yeah. Just minimal.
Unless you're growing your own.
Safety regulations on, consumer safety.
Yeah.
That's the bare minimum. That's all we need. I think there's a space, a parallel marketplace for like farmers markets. We have people selling vegetables at farmers markets. We're not out there testing them for pesticide or anything every morning when
right.
We should be able to have.
It would be like that. Yeah, it would be regulated, but not to death. Homegrown would not be regulated, and it would be when you get into the commercial aspect of it. And in my church, we weren't into the commercial aspect of it. It's like we all used it, and we had to have a ton of it around, and you would share it, and so it wasn't like we were selling it to each other. So.
Yeah, and the farmers market model would be if you had some, like the head of the farmers market, you go by and show them what you have. You can only bring in a certain amount, and once you sell that there, that's it. It's not like somebody could go in and with a truckload of it. It'd just be a mainly.
But anyway, your Department of Public Health can keep marijuana in Schedule 1 and give an exemption, which is an interim solution to lead to taking it completely out of the schedules. It can be in the schedules as long as an exemption exists for it. That makes the schedules don't apply to that.
Yeah.
So, and then if you get enough of that, eventually the Schedule 1 will be like, well, it's not doing anything. Why do we leave it in Schedule 1? We're not even applying Schedule 1 to it anymore. So the exemption would lead to the eventual repeal of that nonsense. And that's how you could tolerate leaving marijuana in Schedule 1. As long as you have an exemption, that nullifies the effect of Schedule 1. and that can just hold for the future and get fixed later. And of
So is
course,
that,
all these bad things that are supposed to happen are not going to happen. So the evidence just keeps piling up that it's not dangerous and it's not harmful.
so the exemption would come from the federal government to the state, the health department, or the health
Yeah,
department?
because when the state sets up a program, like you said, that seems so inconsistent with the scheduling, what they've done is created an exemption
Yeah.
at the state level, but they haven't used their
Applied it.
thinking cap and thought, well, hey, maybe we need a federal exemption, and maybe the international treaty has an exemption in there. They're not putting all the pieces together. There's nothing. I mean, this is not just a local matter, it's an international thing. So, but the international controls all have these escape valves in them. And so when the state creates an exemption, they've already started that escape valve process. So for them not to look for the federal exemption or the international exemption is batshit crazy. So that's the problem. And of course, in Hawaii, they didn't hear about this exemption argument until they were 20 years into their program, right? Because they did this in 2000, the year 2000. I was in at the ground level in Iowa. I had this argument prepared before we even enacted our medical marijuana law. So I carefully grafted it into the conversation the whole entire time from the get-go. I didn't come in 20 years after the mess was created and everybody was in their, positions and locked in stone where they can't change their way of thinking. I was able to manipulate this while they were still thinking and hadn't solidified their thinking on it yet. So I was able to get in there and help them see this the way I see it. And I've been very successful at that. And of course they're reluctant because Iowa is looking around going, well, no other states are doing this. Why should we do it? And I'm going, well, because I live here.
Well, thank you. That helped me kind of get some direction in Louisiana, what I should ask for. I'll email the Department of Health, Secretary of Department of Health, and try and get some response back.
Characterize what you have in your state as the state creating an exception to the Controlled Substances Act, an exception from the scheduling, and then explain how that same process works at the federal level. But first, you have to get them to buy into, we've already done this.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing. And we're committed to that. That's the road forward. And then you say, okay, well, that's the same road at the federal level and international level.
Thank you, Carl.
Yep.
Councilmember Landau, you have a question.
Yes. Hey, first of all, thank you so much for all the hard work and all the sacrifices you've made to pave the way. I was wondering, I watched a documentary in 2015. I don't remember the name, but there was a guy that they interviewed that he says he's one of 3 people that has a religious exemption, at least at the time, from the federal government. I know there was a bunch of cannabis churches in California, but they were all ended up selling. So they all got cracked down and shut down at a point. To your knowledge, did the federal government actually ever exempt cannabis for religious use anywhere in the US?
Only on a very limited basis. There was a guy who was told he couldn't use cannabis on parole in Oregon, Valray, and the court removed that restriction on him because he was a Rastafarian. There was a group in, can't remember, Idaho or somewhere, Bauer, where they got arrested for large scale, and the court said they could make an argument for personal use based on Rastafarianism, but they never did come back and make that argument because that would be a small thing if you're facing distribution and felony charges, and they won't let you apply the religious exemption argument to that. There's Dan Quaintance down in Arizona lost his case. Roger Christie lost his case in Hawaii. God, on and on and on. Michael Mooney in Hawaii. So not really. Now the ayahuasca has been found to be protected. The UDV church in New Mexico, they were receiving ayahuasca, a tea with DMT in it, which is Schedule 1, from Brazil, and the DEA seized their sacrament at the post office, and they were able to get that back, and the US Supreme Court said that was exempt from federal drug law, but they don't actually have an exemption from the DEA, so we don't know if they got arrested in some other context, would that case protect them in some other context? Like, so no, this is the peyote exemption is the only solid one, and of course that peyote comes from Texas, and the Texas distributors are licensed in Texas, and they're licensed at the federal level. So there's nothing else like it. These new licenses for bulk manufacturer for people like MedFarm, which is the grower here in Iowa, start to bring that more into the realm of possibility for marijuana, where you could make a complete argument end to end. This is where I'm going to get the marijuana from, and this is how I'm going to use it. And you don't leave all these open things where the government can't figure out what you're doing, you know? I mean, if you want the government to give you a license, you have to tell them what you're doing, you know? And I know if I don't do that, I'll end up in prison again. So I don't have a whole lot of choice here. Yeah.
Right on. Council members, do y'all have any follow-up questions? We've kind of gone through our orchestrated ones. Just wondering before we kind of wrap up if anybody had any follow-ups. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Carl, is there anything that you would like to say or promote, or any type of legislation that you're working on or toward that you would like to speak on?
Oh, I didn't mention this, but I filed a petition with the DEA for an exemption for our state program in January of well, we started over-the-counter sales in December of 2018. And I wanted to file a petition to exempt that activity in November of 2018, but my attorney dragged his feet and didn't get it filed until January of 2019. So then after I filed that petition with the DEA, I went and presented that to the board that regulates our program here in Iowa and showed it to them and asked them if this whole thing was an illegal enterprise under federal law. And they said it was. And I said, if there was a way to fix this, should we? And they said it was. And so I said, well, I've already got the petition filed with the DEA. I just want you to help me with it. Well, they don't quite work that way. So they decided they agreed with me, but they decided they needed to file their own, that they couldn't somehow get involved in my personal, a private citizen just doing this. And so that petition is still pending with the DEA. So when I said that when the state filed for these federal funding guarantees and then said the only way to get federal funding guarantees with federal exemption, I sent all that paperwork to the DEA and said, hey, I already have a petition with you pending on this topic, and here's the support from the state government saying that I'm absolutely right. So that gives you a little bit more context. The DEA has been sitting on this for quite some time and is accumulating quite a bit of evidence here that this is not your usual ordinary application. This guy actually got the state government to support what he was doing after he filed the thing. And I just don't think they could have imagined that that would happen. And I haven't messed with them on it because I don't have standing. I'm not enrolled in the program. So that's the religious argument, that I want to be enrolled in the program for religious reasons. That would give me standing in the other case to say I want this program I'm enrolled in to be protected. So it all dovetails and fits together like that. I need standing, and the only way I can get it is my religious argument. I can't come up with some phony medical condition argument. So
you explore that option and see where it takes you. Is there any way anyone who's watching can support you and your work and what you're doing? Do you have
yeah, that's a great question.
A website also as well, so if they want to learn more about what you're doing?
Yeah, carl-olsen.com is my website. And it's OLSEN. CARL-OLSEN.com. And yeah, so basically there shouldn't be a state government that reinvents the wheel here. The wheel has been invented and the wheel is rolling. So now the argument would be to join. So the state would say, well, this Olson guy in the state of Iowa are bringing up this issue and we're involved in it somehow. There's 47 states that have these programs that are inconsistent with federal drug law. So they would all have an interest in the outcome of this federal petition with the DEA. In other words, if Iowa got an exemption, these other 47 states, or well, 46, Iowa's one of the 47, whatever it is, it's unbelievable. It's like all but one or two states. Anyway, they all have the same exact situation. And so they should say, hey, I want to have a say in this. It's a federal thing. And of course the DEA, well, anyway, so that's what I'm saying is like, and let's say California says, okay, well, we want to get into it. Well, California's got a much more expansive program than Iowa's got. Iowa doesn't even have raw cannabis. So if Iowa goes to the DEA and says, give us exemption like the one for peyote because we have zero diversion and zero adverse health impacts, we track our marijuana seed to sale, we know where every bit of it goes, we haven't had any diversion or any adverse health impacts in the 2 years or how many years, 4 years the program has been in operation. How is California going to make that argument? It's not the same. They would have to argue based on the facts in California. But what if a state looked at Iowa and said, well, we can set up a program like that? Well, the DEA basically isn't going to hassle people for homegrown. And they're not paying this crazy federal tax penalty, 26 USC 280E. So the cost of the business expenses that can't be deducted from the large cannabis facilities and is passed on to the consumer, the homegrown makes it much cheaper. So the state could say, we're going to set up a highly regulated extract program and we want a DEA exemption for that. We won't worry about the homegrown. We don't need an exemption for that. Or they could say, we want that exempt too and fight that fight. Iowa can't help with that because we don't have that. But there's no reason the state couldn't argue for the whole enchilada. I mean, nobody's even trying this. It's a shame. So anyway, that's how people could help. That way you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can just say, hey, Iowa's already doing this. We need to support Iowa and don't let them hang because we're all hang together. So yeah.
Well, needless to say, I can't thank you enough, Carl, for joining us tonight. I think George has a follow-up.
Yeah, just kind of tying into what you just finished up with, Carl. Is there any state that you think their current program would fit into an exemption? Is there that you're aware of?
There must be, I don't know how many states had these low THC programs like Iowa had. We just took the THC cap off and set it to a gram limit instead of a percent, and we had a 3% by volume, but no limit on how much product you could buy. So you could theoretically buy all the THC you wanted. It would just be diluted to 3%. So now we went to a 4.5 grams for 90 days, but they can sell 100% pure THC product now. So any state, there must be like a dozen states that have programs more restrictive than Iowa. And I would imagine that they don't have any diversion or any adverse health impacts. So they could immediately say, if Iowa gets one of these, we're a shoo-in. We would just get one automatically. It's the states that have programs that are more expansive than Iowa, like Minnesota, Illinois, Missouri, South Dakota. The states surrounding Iowa have much more like raw flower. So their argument would be a little bit more substantial. The DEA might say, we don't think your program is run as well as Iowa, but that would be subjective. I mean, who says it's not? The DEA or Does the state think their program is not well run? I mean, like, what the hell? So I don't know exactly, but yeah, there's some states that could just pick this up immediately. Now, assuming Iowa wins, you know, if we win something, I think several states could just immediately benefit from that. The ones with more restrictive programs.
Well, thank you very much, Carl, and I'd like to thank all of our council members for joining us. Pearson had to jump off. Gage, Al, Nate, Wade, Mike, Tony, George, myself, Etienne. Carl, thank you so much for doing the work that you've done and making us and our audience a little bit aware of the hard work as well as your constant dedication to moving the needle on cannabis, especially in the state of Iowa. So,
you know, one last thing I wanted to say was Nancy Mace has got a fairly decent bill, and she's also got one for international, taking marijuana out of the single convention. So I think she's pretty bright.
we are actually in contact with her office. So yes,
Yeah.
we have we are being very strategic in putting ourselves and placing ourselves at the table, because if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right?
Yeah. Schumer's bill is kind of weird. I mean, 25% excise tax and expungement for juveniles only, and
they talked about that last year, and we told them, pardon me, 2 years ago, that that was a no-go. Well, 3 years, Jesus, like 2019.
Obviously he's pandering to the Republicans because he needs their votes, but
well, you also have to understand that 280E, they're making over $4 billion a year, and they've got to figure out how to balance where that's going to come from.
Oh, I didn't know it was I didn't know that was a significant factor in the negotiations, but
well, that amount of money will kind of make it quite significant, because right now we're low-hanging fruit. I'm in the midst of a settlement for Berkeley Patients Group.
Oh, okay.
Going into our 23rd year, in October, with so everybody is being hit systematically because it's low-hanging fruit. So yes, descheduling, but is something that we want to see besides a rescheduling.
Now, if they issue an exemption, there's no tax. So think about that. If the state got an exemption and then they tried to go from there to like, oh, well, now we're going to do a 25% excise tax. I mean, the exemption would completely eliminate 26 USC 280E, gone. No tax, tax-free. And then they would come in and try to impose a 25% excise tax on top of no tax. So yeah, they're going to fight this exemption thing for what you just said.
Oh yeah, well, I was the test case for the state of California for taxation on medical cannabis, so I'm well aware of the realities, and they basically told me to sit down, shut up, sit in the corner, and take it, which is basically I had to do, and I had to go do an offer and compromise in the end, but that's the reality of the tax man when they want money.
Well, I really want this exemption, hands off.
Yep. Al, you had a follow up?
Well, I think the thing that I took away from this federal discussion over the last 2 days or so is that they are actually considering taking cannabis out of the schedule system. I think that's remarkable.
Yeah,
we've discussed in past conversations, like, what would our minimum be? 3, 4. Well, all of the faults, Carl, in that bill would be overcome. My objections would be overcome if they deschedule it, because then gloves are off and capitalism would take over and the whole thing would be over. But I'm sort of heartened by the fact, again, that they're discussing no schedule. They're going to treat it like a plant.
Oh yeah, no, I like that. Yeah.
Well, that's the thought, anyways.
Yeah, that's the thought. Yes. Yep.
All righty. Well, thank you very much. Thank everybody for coming. Carl, again, you're just amazing human. So keep up doing what you're doing. We appreciate you. I would like to check in with you again in the future to see your progress, but also thank you for giving us all little tips and our little 10th Amendment realities of little loopholes that we can look to exploit so that we can continue to keep chipping at this wall of prohibition so that we can finally all sit in a room together and pass that joint over to Carl.
Yeah, the 10th Amendment would be that exemption, yes. Absolutely. Because it's not the Commerce Clause argument that lost in Rage, so.
Yep, absolutely.
And they said she didn't exhaust her administrative remedies, and they said scheduling was an administrative remedy. Well, exemption is another administrative remedy. They didn't even mention it. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now, was that a feint, or was that, on purpose,
Oh, I'm sure it never occurred to them. Nobody brought it up. The federal government brought up the scheduling thing, saying she should apply for scheduling. So that was actually an argument, but nobody said a word about exemption, but that is a federal administrative remedy.
Right. Now, that was the lawyers missing that one, unfortunately.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Not the first time.
Government lies to you by not telling you things.
Yes.
Right.
We all us veterans found that out for the first time via our recruiters, right, gentlemen? Well, thank you, Carl, for joining us tonight. This is our VAC Roundtable number 40. Carl Olson, you just keep up doing what you're doing, and we're going to keep doing what we do. We're actually going to Washington, D.C. in September for a lobby day, so we're going to be doing what we can to push the veterans issues forward. And thank you for your guidance, your mentorship, as well as your stewardship, because what you are doing and continue to do enlightens others, that give them an awareness that there is someone holding up a light in the darkness for them to see, and that person for these many decades has been you. So we do hope that you are fostering and finding someone, just in case your arm gets too tired, holding that.
My attorney is really into this. He's awesome. Yes. He is and he's younger than I am, so he'll outlast me. Yeah.
Right on. So
the bases are loaded and I'm up to bat. So get ready.
Right on. Well, hit it out of the park, my friend.
Yep.
And I look forward to a day when we can actually share smoke together. And I look forward to that day and that time. So thank you, everybody, for joining us for our VAC Roundtable number 40. Carl,
thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's April the 29th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live from Legacy420.com news desk here at paceradio.net. How is everyone doing today? Just so you know, Cindy's got called into work, so I'm going alone. And as far as today's eyewitness weather, I'm looking out the windows, and I was out earlier this morning, and I can say it says rain. Yeah, rain. Unfortunately, no sunshine, and temperature-wise, it's still. When I was out there, it felt a little cool. It didn't seem as warm as yesterday, but hey, I'm in Canada, and it's the spring, so you know it's gonna fluctuate from day to day. But I know that when you look at the weather going down the road, it's got to get better. It's got to get warmer. Hey, summer's coming, right? So. It'll happen. It'll just take some time. That's all. All right. To get started on what do we got here? 9 news stories today that I'm going to cover. So let's get the first one going. This one comes to us from Business of Cannabis, and headline on there says Safer Banking Act faces last minute opposition. Wow. What can I say? I think almost every broadcast, or every other broadcast, this comes up, and it's just ridiculous. They've got to get this thing passed, and here we are, last minute opposition. Let's see what's going on. Hopes that the highly anticipated Safer Banking Act could be attached to a must-pass bill were scrubbed last week amid pushback right at the finish line. Last week, reports emerged that the Safer Banking Act, which would enable cannabis businesses to access banking and financial services, could be packed with wider legislation likely to be passed. It was expected that the Safer, alongside with new cryptocurrency regulation, would be packaged with the upcoming Federal Aviation Administration reauthorization bill, which is considered a must-pass bill. However, according to reports from MarketWatch over the weekend, this plan has now been scrapped amid pushback from lawmakers. Brian Barash, Vice President of External Affairs at cannabis payments giant Dutchie and member of the U.S. Cannabis Council, told the publication, "We're disappointed it got negative pushback right at the finish line." He added that he wasn't aware of widespread opposition to the plan, which has been attempted unsuccessfully on previous occasions. I believe there's like 8 times that this has been gone through. That's what's the Safe Banking Act. and now it's developed into the Safer Banking Act. It just doesn't make sense. But that it wasn't clear whether Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell supported it. The bill, which has repeatedly made progress in the House of Representatives, has failed to make it into law despite a decade of attempts. Okay, so this isn't the first go around here. Many lawmakers remain hopeful that the bill will soon be passed, including Senate Majority Chuck Schumer. Last month, he told a press conference at the chamber would work hard to pass the bill before November this year. Asked whether he believes the passage is still possible before November, he says, we believe very strongly in so many things, and we are going to continue to work on the agenda that we put before us. So, no, unfortunately, I don't think anybody can guarantee that this bill will pass until it passes, because it's just crazy. I lost count. I think it's like 8 or 9 times it's come along. It's crazy. This doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense whatsoever. All right, on to my next story. And this one comes to me, if I can find it. There we go. From Neuroscience. Headline there says, cannabis users stay motivated. Lazy stoner myth debunked. And how long have we heard the lazy stoner myth? For decades. Summary: a new study challenges the stereotype that chronic cannabis users are lazy and unmotivated. The research surveyed 260 frequent users and found no significant drop in their motivation or effort levels while high compared to when sober. I'll drink to that. The study also observed enhanced positive emotions and a slight dip in self-regulation among users when high. This nuanced approach aims to provide a more balanced view of the effects of regular cannabis use on daily life. 3 key facts, they said. No impact on motivation. Chronic cannabis users showed the same willingness to exert efforts on tasks while high as when they were not. Emotional and self-regulation effects. While cannabis use boosted positive emotions like awe and gratitude, it also led to decreased self-regulation, making users more impulsive and less orderly. No weed hangover. The research found no evidence of a decline in emotional or motivational function the day after cannabis use, debunking the idea of a weed hangover. Now, this was done through the University of Toronto, just for anybody who's wondering where this came from. But yeah, the study published by the journal Social, Psychological, and Personal Science surveyed chronic cannabis users to see what effect getting high has on their everyday lives. There's a stereotype that chronic cannabis users are somehow lazy or unproductive, says Michael Itzlich, a professor of the Department of Psychology at the University of Toronto, Scarborough, who led the study. What we found that's not the case. Their behaviors might change a bit in the moment while they're high, but our evidence shows they are not lazy or lacking motivation at all. The researchers surveyed 260 chronic users, those who consume cannabis at least 3 times a week. Oh, gee, only 3 times a week. Who received regular messages through an app asking if they were high. The participants were then asked about their emotional state, levels of motivation, willingness to invest effort, and self-regulation. Islich says the most interesting finding relates to motivation. The researchers studied the participants' willingness to exert effort in completing a task while high. They found participants were willing and motivated to exert the same amount of effort while high compared to when they are not. Past research has shown mixed results when it comes to chronic cannabis use and motivation. Estes notes most of it relied on limited experimental designs that didn't amount for differences between cannabis users and non-users, such as variations in personality, mental health, or use of other psychoactive substances. He says this study instead looked at chronic cannabis use while participants were actively high, while also accounting for these pre-existing differences. The researchers found that getting high did not lead to lower levels of self-regulation, which is an important trait for being able to accomplish tasks. They found that when chronic users are high, it does impact certain behaviors linked to self-regulation, such as being more impulsive, less thoughtful, and less orderly. These things can detract someone from getting stuff done, but we didn't find it made them less hardworking, responsible, or able to focus, says Illich. They also found that chronic cannabis users experience a boost in positive emotions, such as awe and gratitude, and a reduction in some negative emotions, such as fear and anxiety while high. However, the researchers found those who get high a lot on the higher end of the chronic use experience more negative emotions while high and while sober. The researchers found no evidence of weed hangover. That is, chronic users didn't experience a decline in function the day after being high. Studying the effects of daily cannabis use was difficult to pass given its legal status, and most research tended to focus only on the negative side in an effort to curb use. Now that cannabis is legal in Canada, it says it's much easier to study, and he expects there will be a greater research focusing on risks as well as the possible positive effects. Well, let's hope so. The cannabis literature historically tended to focus a lot on the negative medical consequences of chronic use, says Islich, who runs the Work and Play Lab, which does research on self-control, motivation, and empathy, as well as social media, digital device, and recreational cannabis. Part of the motivation for this study is to take a neutral, clear-eyed approach to see how cannabis affects cannabis users in their everyday lives. Illich says the study isn't an endorsement of cannabis use, adding there is plenty of research highlighting the risk of the heavy use. Rather, he points to Statistics Canada, showing that nearly 1 in 10 adult Canadians are regular cannabis users, and they come from all walks of life. Cannabis is also the fourth most used recreational substance after caffeine, alcohol, and tobacco. But despite its increased legal and social acceptance, relatively little is known about the everyday experience of regular users. Our data suggests that you can be hardworking, motivated, and a chronic cannabis user at the same time. There you go. And this study was funded by the Council of Canada. Let's see, Social Sciences and Humanities Research from the Council of Canada. So there you go. People that just because you smoke cannabis does not mean you're lazy, unmotivated, as that research has shown. So it's just, maybe that's what people took that as that's what they saw on TV, instead of finding out for themselves what's going on when people smoke cannabis, because it doesn't always mean you're lazy. I can tell you that much. I know that for sure. All right, on to the next story. This comes to me from StratCan. Headline there says the OCS published its social impact report. The Ontario Cannabis Store social responsibility strategy has distributed and invested over $750,000 and provided more than 24 equity and access grants in its first 3 years of operation. The results of the program were shared in the OCS new social impact report published on April 26 to highlight the progress of the program since its launch in 2021. The agency's first multi-year social responsibility strategy is scheduled to run from 2021 to 2024. In April of 2023, the OCS also launched its Social Impact Fund, which is dedicated to funding community projects and research initiatives that resonate with one of the OCS three key pillars of social responsibility: Those pillars are sustainability, establishing a foundation for sustainability, inclusion, supporting a diverse and inclusive industry, and acknowledge advancing cannabis knowledge and promoting responsible consumption. The OCS also launched its Good All Around social impact platform in 2023 with the goal of connecting Ontarians to the benefits and contributions of the legal cannabis framework. Through these programs, the OCS has distributed $500,000 in funds to 6 organizations through the Social Impact Fund, $319,000 towards supporting Black-led initiatives, and $60 million back into the marketplace through OCS new fixed markup pricing structure and margin reduction. I don't know if you can count that as funds to organizations if they're giving money back. If it's because of margin reduction, that's just lowering your prices. The provincial agency also distributed 18 grants worth $56,500 to enhance the presence and participation of Black, Indigenous, and people of color-owned cannabis businesses at industry events, mitigating costs and other participation barriers. It also provided another 8 grants to increase industry event presence and participation of small Ontario-based cannabis businesses, totaling almost $15,000. In addition, it provided an 8% wholesale rate adjustment on all cannabis products sold to authorized cannabis stores operating on First Nation reserves, and estimates to save the industry around $10 million due to the OCS's insurance policy revision in 2022 to allow for easier access to the marketplace. The OCS also provided 31 CanCell training vouchers, prioritizing individuals who identify with equity deserving and 2SL GTBTQ groups. CanCell is a training program approved for legally authorized cannabis retailers in Ontario. The OCS, according to David Loeb, he's the president of OCS, he says the OCS has a mission to enable Canada's largest and most vibrant cannabis marketplace through great customer experiences, including promoting safe access to legal cannabis, promoting educating on responsible consumption, and fostering a legal industry that reflects the population it serves. The social impact report isn't just a reflection on what we have achieved. It is a testament to our entire team's commitment to environmentally sustainable diversity and inclusion and improving cannabis literacy through education. Let's see what else it says here. The report also notes that the OCS has partnered with Climate Smart and initiated a life cycle assessment. Climate Smart training focuses on how to understand, measure, and reduce emissions. According to the report, a life cycle assessment is a scientific methodology used to analyze the environmental impacts associated with all the life cycle stages of a product. Does that mean that they're going to start learning how they can get rid of dealing with these unrecyclable containers? Maybe some of these people who go through this course will learn or figure out how this can be done. The OCS life cycle assessment is based on a standard unit of 3.5 grams of dried cannabis and looking at the overall carbon footprint from seed to sale. So there you go. Well, hopefully they can learn, hopefully they can, during that course, like I said, they can come up with a way to come up with a packaging that can be recycled, because this can't. So this doesn't make sense. They got to be able to do that or make it reusable somehow. But in the meantime, we'll get on with our next story while they figure that out. And this one comes to us from Psych Post. Headline on it says, come on, headline. There we go. No, didn't want to start. There we go. Come on. There we are. Oh, one of those mornings, things just don't. Gremlins, there we are. There we are. Psych post psilocybin for chronic pain. Preliminary research sheds light on psychedelics potential. All right. Another pain way of dealing with pain. Scientists have recently discovered that psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, can significantly reduce chronic pain in rats. The pain relief was related to pain from touch, but not pain. Psychedelic drugs have recently gained attention for their potential to treat various psychiatric disorders. Psilocybin, in particular, has been the subject of research for its therapeutic effects in treatment-resistant depression, as well as alcohol and tobacco use. Led by Nicholas Coleman, researchers from the University of Michigan set out to explore the possibility of psilocybin as a treatment for chronic pain, an area that had not been systematically studied before, despite the growing evidence for it. The team utilized a rat model where chronic pain was induced using intravenous injections, which is a compound known to cause long-lasting pain sensitivity. In this study, two types of pain responses were analyzed. Mechanical hypersensitivity, which is increased sensitivity to pain from physical touch that wouldn't normally be painful, was measured in the rats using a device known as the von Frey filaments. These tools contained thin, flexible hairs of different thicknesses that were pressed against the rat's paws until they were bent. Thermal hyperageusia, also measured, which occurs when intense pain is experienced from warm temperatures that would not usually be painful. This pain response was determined by measuring how quickly the rats withdrew their paw after being placed on a hot surface, 126 degrees Fahrenheit, if you're wondering how hot it was. Coleman and colleagues then administered different doses of psilocybin to the rats and then observed the effects on pain sensitivity. 13 rats were provided saline solution. 14 rats were given low psilocybin dose of 1 milligram per kilogram, and 12 rats were provided a high psilocybin dose of 10 milligrams per kilogram. Pain responses to the touch and heat stimuli were measured a few hours after formalin infusion, every second day during the first week, and then weekly over the next 3 weeks. The study found that both the low and high doses of psilocybin significantly reduced mechanical hypersensitivity for all testing days, up to 28 days. However, it had a limited effect on thermal hyperalgesia. The low dose often only reduced pain on days 3, 5, and 21, and the high dose also briefly reduced pain on the day of administration on day 5. Coleman's team concluded psilocybin could act via neuroplastic effects produced by psychedelics. Psilocybin-induced inhalation medical hypersensitivity outlasted the half-life of psilocybin, which suggests a centrally medicated mechanism of action. The team utilized, I bounced back a little bit there. Yeah, we're into one of those websites where things are back and bouncing around. Okay, answer this crypto. In other words, the pain relief lasted. This must be the last paragraph. Yeah, I'll just deal with this. Come on. One more. It says, in other words, the pain lasted much longer than the time psilocybin stays in the body. The substance itself only lasts for about 2 hours. This long-lasting effect implies that psilocybin is working through a central mechanism of the brain, not just at the local site of pain. The researchers noted that this finding holds significance because many chronic pain conditions are believed to be due to changes in the brain and spinal cord, and psilocybin may help rewire certain brain circuits involved in pain, providing relief that goes beyond temporary effects of traditional pain medication. While the study presents promising results, it also acknowledges limitations. The model used represents pain from chemical inflammation, which may not cover all types of chronic pain. Additionally, the study was not designed to compare the effects of psilocybin between male and female rats conclusively. The study intravenous psilocybin and its okay, that's just telling you where it is. So there you go. Taking some magic mushrooms to deal with pain. It's another option. If people can find relief without having to take opiates, then why not? Because we've seen the damage that can happen with opiates. And, as a person who uses cannabis instead of opiates, I would suggest that others give cannabis a try before they take the opiate route. I know that's what I did. And there was benefits there for me because the only time I ever had opiate drugs is while I'm in the hospital. All right, on to the next story. This one comes to me from the Fresh Toast, and the headline on it says, "Which cities consume the most marijuana?" Well, what do you think? It says recreational cannabis is legal in 24 states, DC, and some territories. Over 50% of the country has access to gummies, vapes, and special chocolates without breaking the law. 38 states have medical cannabis, which the American Medical Association and the federal departments of Health and Human Services and the Food and Drug Administration have stated science is clear it has medical benefits. So, which cities consume the most cannabis? Making use of this voter privilege, California remains the golden state for consumers, with 94 cities scoring in the top half of the ranking. 6 were finished in the top 10. 6 of the top 10 from California. The company Lawn Starter decided to find out which city consumes the most. The study compared nearly 300 of the biggest U.S. cities, and which were recreational cannabis use is legal, based on 6 categories. They consider legality, access to dispensaries, weed delivery services, and more among 17 total metrics. It is no surprise that the OG of the movement and the ranking number is Los Angeles. It has a nearly 29-point lead over San Francisco. The creativity community is big on the healthier cannabis over alcohol. It doesn't even rank in the top 10 drinking metros. The original hippie and free love mecca of San Francisco rates number 2. Las Vegas, also known as Sin City for the gambling and drinking, over-the-top shows, and more, is number 3. Vegas is home to one of the largest dispensaries in the country and will soon have Cannabitions, a major elevated immerse experience, with Colorado being one of the first to go fully legal. It is no surprise its biggest city, Denver, is next. While common sense says New York should be number 1, the chaos the state rollout has cost the state millions in revenue. Currently, legal dispensaries in the state are close to 100, where illicit ones are over 2,000. Let's see, the next 5, they say, are San Diego, Portland, Sacramento, Oakland, and Santa Ana. Connecticut, Illinois, and Washington are still playing catch up. Only Chicago, which is number 38, and Seattle, which is 106, can in the top part of the rank. In the top part of the ranking, weird laws and high taxes are big blocks, they say. At the bottom of the list are cities which, despite it being legal, they just don't have the infrastructure, which is too bad, as it means state governments are losing hefty tax income. Here are the bottom 10 cities. There we go. Federal Way, Washington. New Jersey, Trenton, New Jersey. Cicero, Illinois, Kent, Washington, Elgin, Clifton, New Jersey, Bloomington, Elizabeth, New Jersey, Springfield, Illinois, as well as Rockford. They say what is interesting is Wisconsin has 7 of the top 10 cities for drinking. There you go. Now you know where the top places are. You want to deal with cannabis in the U.S. It looks like the best place to head to by that is California. That's where you're going to find the most cannabis. All right, time for me to take a break. Middle of the show, halfway through. Other than that, I will be right back after I medicate. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm here live at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're live with Psychedelics and Educational Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4 more stories to go through. First one up comes through to us from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says, Judge schedules oral arguments in marijuana companies' lawsuit challenging federal prohibition. A lawsuit challenging cannabis prohibition in the U.S. Well, maybe that's what it'll take in order for it to get legal. And here we go. It says the federal judge on Thursday agreed to schedule oral arguments in a case for major U.S. cannabis companies that are seeking to shield in-state cannabis activity from federal enforcement. The businesses have said in their lawsuit against the federal government that the prohibition of cannabis has no rational basis, pointing to officials' largely hands-off approach to the recent groundswell of state-level legalization. The new order from the U.S. District Court of the District of Massachusetts Western Division comes following the company's request for oral arguments earlier this month. In-court arguments will be held on May the 22nd, starting at 10:30. Oh, come on. Here we go, bouncing around. The case presents multiple constitutional questions and concerns matters of great importance both in the Commonwealth and nationwide, the cannabis company said in their for the court to schedule the meeting. Oral arguments will allow for a meaningful review of these issues, they say. And if my screen would say calm, not bounce around, I'd be able to read some more here. The suit against the federal government, Canada Provisions versus Garland, is being led by multi-state operator Verano Holdings Corp. And the Massachusetts-based cannabis businesses Provisions and Wiseacre Farm, along with Trivet, GEO, Geisa Sellers. Plaintiffs are represented by the law firms Boyd, Schuler, and Flexner, and Lesser Newman, Alo, and Nesser. Well, there's a few there. Okay. At issue in the case is the degree in which in-state cannabis activity affects interstate commerce, with the government arguing that cannabis legalization attracts out-of-state tourists. DOJ argued in a filing earlier this month that it is rational to conclude that the regulated cannabis interstate commerce, cannabis tourism. The case is unfolding against the backdrop of a Drug Enforcement Administration review into cannabis scheduling under the CSA. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has recommended moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. And while the Biden administration has maintained that people should not be criminalized over the possession of or use of cannabis, DOJ has continued to fight reform efforts in court, including the current case on broad prohibition, as well as litigation challenging the ban of cannabis consumers' gun rights. Yeah, you don't if you're all for cannabis, you don't be fighting against it, right? Makes sense to me. There we go. End of the story. Bounced around a bit, but unfortunately, that's going to happen with some of these locations. All the pop-up ads and everything that's going on. All right, on to the next one. This story here, it comes to me from MJ Biz Daily. Headline on it says, Canada's cannabis sales rise 1.7% in February year over year. So we're consuming more cannabis by the looks of it. Canadian cannabis sales in regulated channels inched higher in February 2024 compared to the same month last year, boosted slightly by the extra day for leap year, according to the latest data from Statistics Canada. Consumers purchased $376 million of recreational cannabis that month, the highest February figure on record since Canada legalized cannabis in 2018. And don't forget, this is only from the legal stores. Previous sales in February were $262 million in 2021, $324 million in 2022, and $370 million in 2023. The province of Alberta saw the biggest gain, followed by Nova Scotia and Quebec. Two of the largest provinces by trade, Ontario and BC, saw the year-to-year sales decline this February. So the smaller provinces are making up for the sales by the looks of it. There's a chart right there. Let's see, Alberta, they say they're up by 11%. Manitoba, 17%. Look at that, Nova Scotia. They say that there, 49% is a plus. So there you go. Statistic Canada did not report sales of the Northwest Territories or Nunavut. Cannabis sales are up across the country, they say. All righty. On to our next story. Comes another bouncer, folks. This one's coming to us from the Marijuana Moment. And the headline on it says, Missouri lawmakers strip $10 million in psilocybin research funding from budget bill. Don't, they also say, oh, there's not enough research on stuff. There's not enough research. Well, when they're taking out money, no wonder there's no research. The Missouri Senate Committee on Wednesday stripped a proposal from the House-passed budget bill that would have funneled $10 million in state opioid settlement money to research psilocybin. So, this was already approved for the House, and the Senate takes it away. An earlier version of the Republican-led proposal would have instead put the money towards the study of ibogaine as a treatment for opioid use disorder, but a House floor amendment earlier this month switched the focus to psilocybin. At the latest changes in the Senate Appropriation Committee, the budget would allocate no money to psychedelic research of any kind. We don't have enough studies. Separate Missouri legislation that would legalize the use of medical psilocybin for military veterans and fund future studies exploring the therapeutic potential of psychedelics, however, is still advancing through the House and the Senate. That's good news. Money for the budget bill now removed, psychedelic research provisions would have come from the state opioid settlement funds. The Senate, the result of multiple lawsuits filed against the opioid industry and other businesses. So it makes sense. Why not use that money for opiate addiction when it's coming from the industry off of a lawsuit? In the coming decades, Missouri is set to receive hundreds of millions of dollars in opiate-related settlement funds. Psychedelic medicine proponents have been working to encourage states to use those millions to fund further research into ibogaine and other ethogens. No, it's not going into the slush fund. It's going to research. A similar plan to use $42 million from the Kentucky's opioid settlement fund for ibogaine research, for instance, ultimately fell through last year after the state's new attorney general replaced then Kentucky Opioid Commission chairman by Brian Hubbard, who was spearheading the ibogaine initiative with a former Drug Enforcement Agency official. Hubbard and others have since shifted attention to other states, including Missouri and Ohio. The new changes in the Missouri bill, HB 2010, sponsored by Rep. Cody Smith, were made Wednesday in the Senate Appropriations Committee. The earlier short-lived addition of ibogaine, meanwhile, was doing a Rep. Chad Parkins, a longtime police officer. Smith, who also brought the subsequent amendment that replaced ibogaine with psilocybin, previously explained that the ibogaine proposal was nixed as a result of they had concerns about the ibogaine research. There are concerns about dangers involved in that research, Smith says. However, they are interested in the psilocybin piece, and we see many other states use the opioid settlement funds to that end. Net press at the time, Perkins said he was not disappointed with the change. I believe that bringing more exposure to the benefits of psychedelic has been an auxiliary effect of the pursuit of the budget item. This issue will hopefully raise the profile of psychedelics and provide a foundation in which we can base future decisions. But if the Senate removes it, it wasn't immediately clear why the psilocybin provision was taken out by the Senate committee, as it did not discuss the changes in detail. Neither Smith nor Perkins responded immediately to emails about the removal of the psilocybin provisions by the Senate panel. Oh, we just don't want it there, so we're just going to take it out, it's just, yeah. work together. Just don't just throw it away, people. It just doesn't make sense. All right, last story of the day. Now, this one I haven't read yet, but I did read the headline. And as a person who smokes joints, I smoke obviously with papers, and so this headline grabbed me, and let's see what it says. It says, some cannabis rolling papers may contain unhealthy levels of heavy metals. This comes to us from physical.org. Okay, a team of chemists at Lake Superior State University, working with colleagues from the Wayne State University, both in Michigan, and 2 representatives from Joel US, a lab equipment maker, has found that some cannabis rolling papers contain high levels of heavy metals, which could be hazardous to smokers. In their paper, published in the journal ACS Omega, the group describes their analysis of many samples of several different types of cannabis papers. People who smoke cannabis use 3 main methods to burn the product. Use a bong or a pipe or roll in the papers and smoke it as a joint. Prior research has shown that some cannabis has some amount of heavy metals in it, which could prove to be a health hazard for smokers, particularly for those who smoke often. Because of this, many states have enacted laws regulating such levels. In this new study, the researchers noted that very little research has been done regarding burnable cones or the paper that is used to make joints to see if they are safe to use in this way. The team conducted tests in their lab to measure the amount of heavy metals that were in them. The work by the group involved purchasing 53 commercially available samples of papers and cones and taking them back to their lab for testing. They noted that many of the papers they purchased had been colored to make them appear more pleasing than the standard white. The researchers looked for the presence of 26 elements in the papers that could pose a health hazard, most of which were heavy metals. Standard chemistry tests measured the levels of such elements, which included burning samples to see if the heavy metals were present in the smoke that would enter the lungs of a user. Interesting. The researchers found mixed results. Heavy metal levels were very low in some samples and very high in others, some of which they suggested could present a health hazard for many users. High levels of copper were found in many of the colored papers, likely due to the pigments used. The team concludes by noting that it would not be very difficult for makers of such products to remove heavy metals during the production process. They suggest state lawmakers take note of their findings and enact laws to force the makers of such products to reduce heavy metals to safe levels. So there you go. Wonder what papers they did. They said colored papers. There are lots of colored papers out there. There's no doubt about that. But it'd be interesting to know what papers have them so that, people could avoid using those papers. But, maybe another report or another place will have a different report on the same study and provide us with that information so that we know, right? So, all right, people, that's it. I've gone through all the stories for today, and that's the report for April 29th from our legacy420.com news desk and for budget, the Camel for Lifestyle Shop, legacy420.com, and limestonecitihydroponics.ca. In closing, I'd like to say thanks for tuning in and watching, and don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
I have a question for you. When it comes to the Global Marijuana March, which is happening on May the 4th, why would you march? If I said to you, I march for, what would you say? I march for blank.
I always, my thing is I march for rights. I march for people to have the right to use the therapies that they want to use. And we read stories pretty well weekly. I read stories basically about freedoms that are coming but are not quite there. I know we have a lot more freedoms in Canada than a lot of other places, but there's stuff we just read today, you know, Mi'kmaq rights, things like that. It's about giving people what they need and letting them have their own decisions. You know,
all right, that's a question. It's a question that the Global Marijuana March of Toronto is asking.
And what's the response? What's the most responses they get?
Well, we've just started discussing this, and actually last night I brought it up during the Pace Radio show, and Tamara had a pretty long answer on why she marches, and it was good. So I thought, hey, I'm just going to ask you. I march for. You know, some people might say I march for change. Some people might say I march for cannabis law reform. So
I think change and law reform are the same thing. I think patient access is a huge thing to access it at a reasonable price. You know, you are dealing with the government like a liquor store. That's what they treat it like, right? And it's not the same thing.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host, Reverend Cindy. We're live today on Tuesday, April 30th, 2024 on paceradio.net, and we stream everywhere. How you doing, Cindy?
I'm doing good. I need to make a little announcement that I forgot to tell you. StreamYard is having an issue streaming directly to groups. So for our group, The Mushy Moment, and then for Steve's group, the Microdosing group, we are not streaming directly. I have shared us into those groups. But if you would like to make a comment that we are going to see immediately, please click the link over to the Pace Radio Network page, and there you can comment directly, and we'll see it in the comments as they happen. It's a StreamYard, Facebook, whatever. Hopefully it'll get fixed. Yeah.
I got an announcement to make that I didn't tell you about, too. I just want to say congratulations to Al Graham and Gail of the owners of paceradio.net on the birth of their new granddaughter, Kylie.
Yeah, the pictures are beautiful.
Yeah, it doesn't look like, most baby pictures are, short little fat bald alien. But this one's actually cute.
Yeah, she's adorable.
Oh, I just realized that came out of my mouth live.
I don't know. So, yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on our room to see if anybody's commenting probably this week and next week until we get people used to going over to the Pace Radio network page to make comments. But for now, I'll keep an eye on the page for sure. It's easy to do. Yeah. I just got back from British Columbia. I got back and ran off and had emergency dental surgery. To remove a tooth that was actually 3/4 cracked through, and we didn't know it until they tried to remove it, and all of this other kinds of craziness stuff. But now it's out, and I'm healing.
Yeah, you plowed through that 420 period pretty good with a swollen up, fat.
Yes, I can see my cheekbones again. 2 hours after they took the tooth out, I could see my cheekbones again. I was like, yes, it's great.
Oh yeah, tooth pain sucks.
It does. It does.
Good thing I had some clove oil. Oh, just kidding.
Clove oil and cannabis oil for the win.
See, natural plants again.
Antibiotics help too.
Yeah, they help.
The two worlds joined to help make me better.
So, how was 420?
420 was pretty it was great. It was wonderful to see so many people out. It was just so much smaller than we're used to for Vancouver 420, but it was intimate. It was nice. There was a 419 countdown the night before, which was like a very intimate gathering of people to celebrate the countdown to midnight to hit 420. We had an amazing food truck there. There was amazing medicine shared. There was a legal cannabis competition. And the highlight, which I won't share any of my videos of, but I do have them if anybody near me wants to view them. There was a special painter there who did a beautiful portrait of Bob Marley.
It was nuts.
It was nuts. Yes. He used, and that's half of what he used to do the painting. He used his member and his nuts, and he painted a beautiful painting of Bob Marley. And I have a lot of that on video, ladies. So if you want to get a hold of me, get together for a tea, we can view the video.
And I have to say, it is kind of amazing.
It was. It wasn't. They did call it. What did they call it? Erotic cannabis or something like that. But I mean, it was. I mean, he put on a show, and it was a show for anybody, and everybody was there, and it was. He did a really great job, I thought.
It was definitely interesting.
Yeah, I dragged Steve along for the ride.
I have to say it. It was interesting. That's what I got. Like, you can't deny. You go, oh, that's Bob Marley, and it's a good painting. Wow, he did that with his wang and his nuts. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I
While
just
he
go
was
to the
dancing
point
around.
of, I go to the place of, how did he come up with the idea? Because an idea like that would just be, you know what I'm going to do? Like, can you imagine sitting there telling your buddies, hey, I got an idea. Hey, Bob, you're a great painter. You need to come up with a unique way so you can showcase your talent. Oh, I'll just use my wang and my nuts. Mom, guess what? I got a new gig.
He did self-portraits too.
Yeah, but how come everybody looked like a dick in it? Oh, sorry. There's too many bad jokes that come out in that area. Let's wander off from there.
But it was definitely interesting. It was entertaining, and
it was amazing. Actually,
who thought
honestly,
that
it was amazing
that paintbrush could do such a good job? But a few days later, Steve said, she took me to this erotic show. I had to watch Buddy do that. I'm going to take her for a walk.
Well, come on. John said, hey, I've got some great places you can go touristing in. And then John had
left Steve in charge.
He couldn't go, but he gave me a list of places to go. So, the first place we went was the Lynn Valley Suspension Bridge, the Lynn Canyon Park. And it's very beautiful. And we went into the what would that be, a little museum thing they had there?
Well, we did. We went into the Lynn Canyon. It would have been just around the Lynn Canyon Cafe. So there was a cafe, and there was a little gift shop and a little, thing to look around. Yeah, kind of a museum-y type little area. Very small, but, very cute. We walked through. And so Steve said, hey, we're here to take a gander from the suspension bridge, to the young lady that was working the counter. And so she said, oh, I have a map. Let me show you.
And you'll want to kind of go down here, and then it's easier if you go this way because it's less stairs to come up. So I was like, oh, well, that's a good idea. So we went that way. So one way we'll get to it.
To the left
You'll
would have been
notice that Cindy has the map now.
When we were heading out on the adventure, to the left would have been where we ended up, and we'll get the part that Steve said we'll get to. And then she said, go to the right, because you'll go down the really steep stairs, that are harder to climb up. And then you'll go around a little path, and then you'll have a much more gradual climb back up with less stairs to where the suspension bridge is. And we said, cool, and off we went. I heard her say that, but I never looked at the map, not once. So off we go, and we're talking about it. And she said to go around this building. So we went around the cafe and down these massively steep stairs into the rainforest, which was gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah,
and we come up to this incredibly beautiful. So, there's a fence and the cliff down, and we take some pictures, and it's really gorgeous. And then we come to this fork in the road that she was talking about, where we could go and go back up the stairs. Well, you could go left or you could go right. And Steve held the map upside down and said, let's go right. And actually, for the first, I'd say 15 minutes, it seemed as though Steve was right, because we were walking this path built by wood that we'd take 2 steps up. you know, and then we'd walk a nice flat surface, and then we take 3 steps up and we walk a nice flat surface. And I'm thinking to myself, she said gradual, all right. This is fucking amazing.
And there was a cool couple of spots where you walk and you see the beautiful pools of water, and it's absolutely.
And then there was this labyrinth type setup because there was like 5 steps, and then 5 steps over here, and then 5 steps over here, and then it came back, and so it reminded me of the movie Labyrinth, because you know what I mean. You've never seen that movie, have you? Never mind. You guys know what I mean. I know you guys know what I mean. So, and that's fine. So we go up these few stairs and it's whatever. And then we're walking along, a little bit more flat. And then we come to like, I don't know, 4 flights of stairs straight up. And we're thinking, okay, she said this was going to be easier. This is not easier. Like, that's not fair. But off we go up these stairs that have no railings, by the way. No railings on these stairs. There were railings back there, but on these new stairs, no railings. So we go, okay, we can do this. And up the stairs we go. We're hiking up. And then we go around the corner and there's 3 or 4 more flights of stairs. And we look at each other. Off we go because, determined bitches we are, off we're going up the stairs. And then we go around the corner and there's 3 or 4 more flights of stairs. And all of a sudden it's not
call me a bitch.
But then all of a sudden it's not fun anymore. And there's people going by us up and down. And we stop and we ask this one guy who, I think he was Asian. And I think he was very new to Canada because we couldn't understand what he was saying, like at all. It was very difficult. So we go up that next flight of stairs to go around the corner and see another fucking 4 flights of stairs. And then, so we take a deep breath and we're going. I mean, my knees are giving out. My muscles are screaming. I'm like breathing. Like it's hard. I'm not going to lie. Steve is looking for mushrooms and going, oh, mushrooms and oh, more mushrooms. And I'm like, what?
Pictures of cool mushrooms.
Well, yes, there's amazing pictures of mushrooms and scenery. And then so Steve, on the next flight of like 3 flights of stairs, halfway through it, Steve stops another gentleman and says, where are we? Because we started here. Now, I'm not pointing to the right areas. We started here. The suspension bridge is here. And then turned out we were way over here, going the wrong way. So we stood there looking at each other for a few minutes. Now, remember, we've gone up, 4 or 5 sets of 3 flights of stairs. And now we have to go back down.
We don't know what's ahead, but it's the same distance as going back down. So we know what's down below.
Yeah. So we go back down.
Go back down.
But meanwhile, there's this very athletic, in shape lady who all of a sudden, while we're figuring this out, comes trotting down the stairs. And we're like, what are we going to do? So I think while we were figuring out what we were going to do, she comes trotting back up the stairs. And I still haven't caught my breath yet. So I take a deep breath and we start heading down the stairs. And there she comes down the stairs again. And then, of course, she goes back up the stairs eventually. It was crazy. This lady was I just made me feel about this big. But it was great. So we get back down to the bottom and we go along the flat. And then we come to the stairs that we were supposed to go up, which again weren't anywhere near as steep as the other 2 areas that we just did, but after doing 5,000 steps, they look like they were like this. So a couple of deep breaths and off we go up the stairs. So we get up the stairs and we get to the suspension bridge, and I've got a picture to share. Oh, that's wrong. No, remove. What did I do with the picture? Oh, I know. I got to stop sharing this. So stop sharing and then present something else. So I've got a picture from the suspension bridge. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm going to go over here and close that first and then go back here and share and bring this up. So I'm going to take us out, Steve. We'll still be able to talk. But here is the suspension bridge. You can see my toes just kind of there, like my jeans and my toes are there. And then you can see how far down it is. And we were all the fucking way down there. That's where we were. And then we climbed back up, and it was absolutely gorgeous. I'm not going to, it was spectacular. Like the pain in the knees and the dislocated hip and the muscles screaming at me and the lungs screaming at me are fading. And as I go through the pictures, I remember what I saw. And even though it was completely by accident, man, I got to walk through the rainforest in British Columbia, which was spectacular. But back to the story. So this is off the rainforest. We spent time, actually, I can add this back up and scroll through, taking pictures of each other. See, there's Steve. Taking pictures of each other. It was really awesome. It was very, very beautiful. So then we get off the suspension bridge, and I shit you not, 50 feet and less than 10 stairs later, we're at the fucking cafe that we walked around. We didn't have to do any of it. None of it we had to do. Absolutely none of it. That being said, throwing away the pain and everything, I'm really, really glad that the accident happened. But in that moment, Steve realized it probably about 30 seconds before me. In that moment, I was like, whose fucking bright idea was this? And Steve's like, I don't know, but I'm walking over here because I know you can't run after me.
We came off of that bridge and I saw where we were and I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
No,
and
there
I
was
realized
no.
I need to move out of arm distance or I'm about to get hit.
Yep. But that aside, it was friggin' amazing. So we were there that morning, not very long before that morning, we were out at the McDonald Dog Park, which is just down the road from where Steve lives and where he takes his dog to run off leash. And we were sitting there and it was hot. The jeans were too heavy, to be honest. I had a tank top on and my feet were in the sand. And then we end up at the top of the mountain. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am standing in snow underneath those Atlantic rings with Birkenstocks on my feet and no socks. It was very cold. And there I am at the Inukshuk, at the Olympic Mountain, we're at the Olympic ski hill. Cypress Mountain.
Cypress Mountain, and there was still people skiing. It wasn't open, but there was still people skiing.
Yeah. So, and then we stopped in between. I don't even know if I can find that picture right quick. I want to get to our interview too. But if I scroll along right quick, we did stop in between tell them where we were, because I can't remember all the names. This was a dam, and it looked like we were at a new slide attraction.
Oh, and I can't remember the name of the dam, actually.
You said it earlier before the show.
I know. I'm just having a mind fart.
Okay. But this was another beautiful area, beautiful scenery. There was a little park.
These were all places that John had on the list. John said, go here, go. These were the places he was going to take us.
And we stopped at the bottom of the mountain and moved our way up. And it was pretty cool. And literally because of a little mistake, we literally went down to the bottom. We were at the bottom of the mountain and we ended up at the very top. And it was really awesome. Yeah.
It was an adventure.
Adventure, all right. It was great. The pictures are spectacular, both from the 419, 420, and then from our touristing adventure. And then I got to go to the aquarium the next day with another friend, which was just as awesome.
Wow.
Yes. And now today. And for the last 2 weeks, of course, while we've been adventuring and doing medicine and whatnot, we have replayed 2 of our past interviews with the same lady. We talked about her story. We talked about some of her education and adventures. And then we have invited her back today to talk about what she is now doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's pretty damn inspirational, actually.
Well, there you go.
Yes, I have her feed come across my my Facebook, and it just I'm always inspired by it. It's beautiful.
Excellent.
So
Well,
let's
that's the
welcome
way-
in. Let's
Those are the
welcome
guests we should be inviting on, hey?
her.
So do you want to announce her? And I'll click a button.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podcast, The Mushy Moment, Jennifer Chandler.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me back again.
Thanks for coming.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. How was your 420?
Very uneventful with 4 children.
That's
I
okay.
have,
We looked after it for you.
No time to do anything like that, but yeah, it's all good. I do have cannabis oil though, and so I've been experimenting with that, and I had never used it before, but there was a local lady here named Kelly Souza, Earthkeeper Medicines, who makes her own. So I've been experimenting with that, and it's helped tremendously with just inflammation and brain fog and anxiety and waking up in the middle of the night and having panic attacks. So I've just been doing that consistently, and that's been helping me. So
wicked.
If you haven't tried it, you should.
And that was new to you, really, eh?
Yeah, I'm a virgin to cannabis, I must admit. Yeah.
Wow.
I know you're shocked.
You experimented when you were younger, didn't you?
A little bit, but nothing, consistent. And now it's been like 25 years since I had. Back then we called them doobies, but oh my God.
We still do.
We still call them doobies.
Yeah, and it's been 25 years but anxiety is an all-time high. So I was like, I got to do something. And it happened to be something that I started carrying at the store and thought I'd try it because my body is really, really sensitive to a lot of things, even supplements. So I thought this would be best. It's just a tincture and it works really well. So I've been having better sleeps and less panic attacks.
So that would be a CBD oil that you're taking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That actually amazes me
Because
because
like,
you're so deep
made
in nutrition, right?
What's that?
You're so deep with nutrition and plants and whatnot that it actually amazes me that it would be a kind of a new introduction for you to bring it in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've always kind of just listened to my body about what it needs, and when I go through the forest, I'm very drawn to specific things, and they say, when you're walking through the forest and Mother Nature, the medicines that you need are the ones that stick out to you most. And while that doesn't grow in the wild specifically, it's not one that's ever really called to me. But yeah, so here we are.
So I should send you a link to a bunch of data on the endocannabinoid system.
Yeah. And I know, Cindy, you were trying to get me onto some microdosing, and we're on topic and stuff, but that's something that I'm going to try next and do the hape with the cacao ceremony, which I'm open to. So yeah, it's a new and improved Jen.
Trying the new things, that's exciting. I'm excited to. I mean, you mentioned that. Like, I'm excited to have you back over, and I will be announcing a ceremony here soon.
Yeah, awesome. I look forward to that.
But we're not here to talk about me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you've got some exciting stuff going on, but I noticed you had some power out today.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we had a big hot mess express. Yeah, so we had to put a sink in the back, and the landlord, he forgot to put one of the clamps on the water pipe. And then so overnight it kind of just exploded through the ceiling and caused 6 inches of water throughout the entire store, which is what we spent most of the day trying to clean up. It was a big mess. Yeah, we had water up to over our ankles, but it's fixed now. But he won't make that mistake again.
Gee, I wonder why you have some anxiety. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I think too, like when you're so used to helping everyone and being a full-time mom, being a business person of multiple businesses, sometimes the advice that we give out to other people, we sometimes fail to give to ourselves. And, so I had to take my own advice, but she's pointing to you, Steve. Yeah, the world has been really heavy the last month. I'm like, I don't know whether I should go hide or just like put more of myself out there, but it's been heavy. And so I'm just in a weird spot right now.
Hey,
And I know I'm not
welcome to the
alone.
club.
Everyone's there right now, I think.
Yes, it's yeah. There's been a lot of struggling in the past month, but again, the solar flares are massive. The Schumann resonance is massive. Just frequency is bouncing and moving, and that's always a good thing. It's there's the symphony always has a build up before it comes into the
Absolutely. I know I had a psychic, she reached out to me and I'd never met her before. And she was like, well, the creator is like asking me to reach out to you. And I like follow her on Facebook and stuff. And she didn't know me personally, but she was like, April, for everyone and you is going to be super heavy. You're going to have a lot of people coming at you with like all this negativity and just the world is really heavy. But once we get through April, like things start to balance out. And just the energy, I think, universally will be a bit lighter. And so I'm looking forward to
that. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I've been looking forward to it. I wake up and it's like, oh, here's that pang of anxiety, but I don't have any. So I look for it. And what is it? And I've got to check the Schumann. I've got to check, with some friends and just make sure it's, it's out there, because then I don't have to worry about harmonizing with it. If it's the planet that's doing it, if it's the solar system doing it, if there's weird plasma hitting us, and I looked and there was a M-class X-ray flare that was hitting us just as we're doing this podcast in that time period, in the hour or so. There's been X-rays affect people. That's why they cover up with lead when they're shooting them, right? So it's like, oh yeah, okay. So we're just, as we heal, we get more sensitive, and as we get more sensitive, we allow more frequency to vibrate us. And,
absolutely.
And sometimes the vibration isn't very freaking comfortable.
No.
Especially when you're used to not vibrating there. It's like, no, I just shut this shit off and go lay down, thank you. Now it's like, ooh, I don't know if I like this, but I'm not going to go lay down this time. But,
Yeah, I just go to the woods, and that usually helps. The woods or water.
Yeah, I go to the dog park with my dog, kick the shoes off, and just kind of get the feet in the sand and listen to the wind, listen to the waves, listen to the leaves rustling and the birds going. And
yep.
Listen to the life around. What's that?
You know what to do.
What?
Go to the woods and the dog park. I'm like, I'm affirming to you. You know what to do.
Here, I thought you were going to give me some great advice, and you're telling me I'm following some of the advice that I actually give other people.
Oh my gosh. We went down the rabbit hole really fast today. Oh man.
Oh. So tell us about your store. Other than that it got flooded and it's kind of, Tell us about the dream part of your store.
Yeah, well, I've had a store before, and I think this was just, it was sort of a surprise because my business partner, Natalie, kind of came out to chat with me out of the blue and said, hey, I have this great idea. Will you partner with me? And of course I said yes. But it's always been one of my goals and my dreams to be able to have my own wellness store and health food shop. So we opened Market on Main literally 2 weeks ago. And so it's basically celebrating and honoring all of our local farmers. And so we carry everything local, chemical free, spray free. We've got everything from fruits and veggies from our local farms here that are organic. We have supplements and health products. We have a zero waste section and a kind of like a bulk refillery, which is really important to me in terms of being zero waste. We have just everything. Like, we do smoothies and fresh pressed juices, which we know are the lifeline and foundation of health. So having those quick, super important nutrients into our blood system is really important. I also do all my consulting from there, which is nice since I've been working from home the last 2 years with my children, who I love. But it's nice to have some separation. And now I have a physical spot where my clients can come and chat with me and follow up, but also a one-stop shop. Say, hey, you need some vitamin D, and they can get it there. And so it's nice to have that. And we've had really great community support. It's a nice, bright, and open spot. We've worked really hard to, I think, tap into what people in the community are asking for. And yeah, I'm really, really excited.
Wow. Oh, and that's a perfect spot for us to take a break, because it's break time. Time to check out our sponsors, pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net. We stream everywhere, and we'll be right back with our incredible guest, Jennifer Chandler. See you in a minute.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
In February of 2022, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club and Ted Smith were fined $6.5 million. This for helping 8,500 patients with access to medical cannabis. In our interview with Ted, he spoke to us about how people can donate to help in an upcoming court challenge. And here is part of that interview. From what I've seen lately, I believe that you've got something that you're trying to do as far as fundraising to deal with this next court challenge.
For now, people can write checks directly to Jack Lloyd Law Corporation or send e-transfers to save the VCBC at gmail.com. I guess those are the two easiest ways for people to help right now.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net and everywhere. We're back with our awesome guest, Jennifer Chandler, and my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy. Good thing she didn't see that one, huh?
Did you point it the wrong way?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I was that way.
Well, Jennifer, I want to actually ask you about your consulting thing.
Sure.
Because, you know, I'm involved with helping people with nutritional aspects and immunodisorders and people that are fighting cancer and stuff like that. And a lot of people assume that I know a lot more about nutrition and eating than I do. And I'd really like to just constantly refer them to you, because I watch your stuff and watch what you do, and I go, you are the person that they need to be talking to. I'm knowledgeable in a lot of areas, but I'm not deeply knowledgeable in I'm only deeply knowledgeable in a few of them. And the nutrition world is an area where I'm learning and getting comfortable, but not as comfortable as I feel I should be to be helping the people that some of them are asking the questions to me.
Right.
So
that makes sense.
I would love to refer them over to you. And
you've sent me a couple people already, which is awesome.
Can you, if I was to refer somebody to you, because I'm sure there's actually some of the people that I'm, talking about are probably watching this or will watch this, what could they expect?
Oh gosh,
get a hold of you?
That very much depends on the client in terms of their protocol, but usually in most cases we sit down and chat either in person or via telehealth, so Zoom. Our initial consultation is about 75 minutes. Sometimes it can go over depending on what we need to chat about. In really chronic cases, sometimes it can go 2.5 hours, but that's just kind of the length of time. But in that session, we really talk about, that person as a whole. So their lifestyle factors, their family history, their pre-existing health conditions, what their blood pressure is like, how much water they drink, what are their stress levels at, how are they sleeping, what does their diet look like? So I get them to kind of give me an idea of what a day-to-day would look like with their food. Gosh, what else do we do? We talk about medications, vitamins and supplements, because all those things play a role in, the kind of protocol that I would design for them. And if it's, most people who come to me do have chronic conditions. So like diabetes, heart disease, cancer, autoimmune disorders, rheumatoid arthritis, MS, those are all big ones, Lyme disease. And so it really depends on the client, but that's sort of the things that we talk about. And then from there, depending on what we have, what the goal is. So I always ask, what's your 3-month, your 6-month, and your 12-month goal? And then I like to go, baby steps, because those are easier to accomplish and don't seem so daunting. And then from there, that protocol can really vary. So it's usually lifestyle modifications. Maybe they need to exercise. They definitely need to make modifications to their diet. So I'll give recipe ideas, meal plans. I will come into their kitchen sometimes and help them, teach them how to cook meals pertaining to whatever their goal is. Gosh, it's really, really varied. And then of course there's supplementation recommendations. A lot of the time people are trying to get off specific medications from their doctor, and so how do they do that? So it's very, very broad, and it's not ever cookie cutter. It really varies per client, but those are some of the things that we do go over.
And then what type of a cost factor would a person be looking at?
So 75-minute consult is $90. It is covered by most health insurance policies. So you just check with your provider. And then that doesn't include your protocol. So moving forward, depending on what you need, it's at minimum $100 per month. If you need something more involved, say like the HTMA hair analysis test, gut biome test, or a stool sample test, so that's the live blood cell, those things are all extra costs, and those range from $135 to $500.
Okay. So do you just off the cuff, because I don't actually know, but I'm aware of the Gary Brecka talking about the MTHFR gene that is 40% of the people have that mutation, and if they do, they can't assimilate the nutrients properly because of methylation issues. Do you have access to those tests as well that show that type of idea?
Well, the HTMA and the hair analysis or hair intolerance analysis test shows me, it doesn't show me the methylation, but it will show me the IgG intolerance as opposed to the IgE. So it doesn't tell me, specific allergies that you have, but it will show different intolerances that you have in your body. It will give me up to 20 different heavy metals that may be present in your blood-brain barrier in your brain, which is a big one for people who have mental health. What's that?
Alzheimer's, dementia.
Absolutely. Like even just anxiety, depression, and tinnitus, so ringing in your ears. A lot of people think, I've just been exposed to loud noise, which is number one, absolutely. But a lot of the time it's heavy metals that we've got with, dental fillings and stuff that are just sloshing between our inner ears that causes this ringing all the time. Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, so heavy metals is a big one. And so what else does it pick on? Vitamin and mineral deficiencies, your gut biome. So a lot of people, because they eat a standard American diet, it's really processed. A lot of people have alcohol and sugar, and all those things cause inflammation. So inflammation is 99% of the cause of all states of disease in our gut and in our brain. There's that big. And so these tests are really, really beneficial because they help people understand what's going on in their body at a cellular level. And that's really important when it comes to kind of pinpointing where our disease starts and then how can we fix it. And so if I was to do a protocol with you, most people, I would say about 85% of my clients do end up getting some sort of further testing to kind of pinpoint this is exactly what's going on and this is what we can do about it so that you don't have to feel this way long term. A lot of people have lack of absorption in their body, which causes a host of vitamin and mineral deficiencies. And when we have those deficiencies long term, yes, obviously they create a larger gut dysbiosis, but they also cause mental health issues. They can create leaky gut. They can cause celiac. The amount, there's just so much. And because of those deficiencies that remain chronic, that's when those food intolerances start to pop up because it's lack of nutrition, it's lack of being exposed to those specific nutrients that we're lacking. So yeah, I love these tests. Just, they give people really definitive answers.
Wow.
And even too, I have a client who, he had 8 to 10 enlarged lymph nodes in his stomach. And his doctor was telling him that, he could possibly have lymphoma. And I said, well, and he had to wait 8 months before he could have a biopsy. It was something crazy. And this is what causes mental illness in people is you send them home with this information, you sit with that. That alone was enough to make him sick. So I said, okay, well, let's do this test. We'll kind of see what your markers are at and see if your lymphatic system is sluggish and what your markers are. And it came back that he had elevated white blood cell count, but it was specifically in his stomach. So I treated him with turkey tail mushrooms and some probiotics. And I kid you not, in 3 weeks, the diameter of the cyst in his stomach had gone from a 10 by 10 to a 2 by 2 in 3 weeks with the turkey tail. And so that's why I really love those tests, is it really can just pinpoint where your lymphatic system, where your liver, or those kinds of things are sluggish. Yeah, it helps a lot of people.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's pretty awesome. I love stories like that.
I do too.
And it's just amazing.
He was only 36, he was so young, and to have that kind of diagnosis was just it just killed him inside. I'm like, okay, well, don't panic. We can do this and this. We'll drink more water. We'll keep our diet really alkaline. And this is not just in terms of cancer, but it's with all inflammatory diseases, right? Like, so cancer it can't flourish in an alkaline environment. So that starves cancer. So what we did was juicing and then turmeric shots. We did the turkey tail. With the hair analysis test and the HTMA, we were able to figure out what vitamin deficiencies he had so that we could treat those. And just by doing that and bringing his iron up and his zinc, his immunity, it really, really helps. So we save lives over here.
That's awesome. It's what's amazing is when you start to study, the nutrient factor and the mineral factor, and go, oh, these diseases actually prove that you have a shortage of these minerals, and that replacing or replenishing the mineral shortage or the because sometimes it's the body's not producing certain amino acids that it requires and just
absolutely
doesn't have the mineral content.
No. And if your body's not producing specific enzymes, like how would you expect your body to break down that food? And yeah, like I just love nutrition. A lot of people come to me, not just, on Messenger or whatever, but into the store as well. And they're like, what can I take for this or XYZ? And I really just stop and I'm like, supplements a second. You really need to just stop and look at what you're eating, because that's the foundation. You can change so much of your health and your lifestyle and the trajectory of your life just with food alone. So that's what I promote first, is taking a look at your food and changing that. And then, and so all of our sessions, that's really my focus is food is healing.
Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some old dude that quoted that. Not me, not the old dude quoting it, but I believe his name was Sock Puppet or something like that.
It was Hippocrates, Steve. Get with the time.
Oh, man. Wow. Well, I'm going to bury you in people. Sorry. I'm just going to tell them they just need to get a hold of you because, you're already there. I'm trying to get there, but you're already there, and they should just be going right to where you're needed. It's there. That lady there has done that research. She's got the info. You don't have to wait for me to try and dig it out and find it for you. And
it's constantly changing too. Like I always have to be reading and upgrading, and it changes daily. So I don't know everything, but I know a lot.
It's awesome. I'm kidding. I actually know quite a bit of it, and I follow you quite heavily, and I think it's beautiful. You have a graceful way of delivering, and your ability to bring out the right words around the foods and the nutrition is a beautiful thing. So it's like,
thank you.
You're the right person.
I'm a much better writer than I am person being interviewed. Oh my gosh, if you haven't followed my page yet, you should, because it comes out much better than today.
Well,
and I have
posted the page, and I love it.
I have posted the page for everybody, and it is scrolling along the bottom here.
Awesome. Yeah. That's what it's all about, is just educating people about how they can heal themselves through food. And, it's not just that, it's the people we expose ourselves to, how we think about ourselves. It all plays a role. So holistic health is mind, body, spirit.
The nutrition, I've slowly discovered that the nutrition and gut health, that wasn't where I started on my journey of healing. I started with, I need to fix my PTSD. And then it was like, oh, it's complex PTSD. Okay, so there's one extra letter. I got to work on that. And as I found that healing, the healing all came through gut health.
Absolutely. It's where it all starts.
I didn't see it in that way, even as I started, because I was of the pop a pill fixes things. So I was making capsules, pop a pill, it's supposed to fix things. And then when you go, well, how does it fix things? It's like, well, it's not a pill, it's a capsule of different nutritions and different, supplements and nootropics. And they go into your gut and they unlock certain locks that are locked for your healing because they require this mineral, this vitamin or this ingredient, whatever the ingredient is. And, as I got back into helping people with cancer, it's like, well, how can these things, like, how can turkey tail help heal the brain and at the same time fight cancer? And it's like, wow, because it's one of those keys in the gut that boosts or modulates the immune system to a strength that it can handle all of those things. The body naturally has what it takes to do battle. It just needs the fuel sources, to bring out the weapons, and sometimes we're really lacking. I find right now that one of the things I'm finding is a lot of people are getting tested and they have too much iron in their body, but they're iron deficient because their body's not processing the iron.
That's right. Remember last time I had said about the intrinsic factor being produced in our gut, and if we don't produce that intrinsic factor, so if we're not secreting that in our stomach lining, we're not going to absorb iron. Which, a lot of people don't realize. So we're only as good as what we absorb. And I feel like I say that multiple times a day, but it's so true. Like you can pop as many supplements as you want, but if you're not absorbing them, it's kind of a waste of money and time.
That was why when I saw Gary Brecka saying that 40% of the population has that gene mutation that makes it so that they have a harder time, and in that percentage falls people that are diagnosed bipolar, ADHD. A lot of other disease follows that. And you can probably, if you get tested, find out that you have that gene issue. Then you can supplement with methylated supplements on top of it and be more aware of how your body processes and eat accordingly to it. And
that's right.
Will change your life and can get rid of what some what some people make diagnosis on.
It fascinates me. Every day I'm learning something.
That's because there's so damn many foods out there.
You're right. Every day there's something new. And I'm like, what the hell is this food? Let's go look it up. Oh, it's a superfood. Oh man.
So of all of if a person could only have one, if you could only eat one food, what food would you think that would be?
Oh gosh, that's a hard one. There's so many great ones. I don't know if I can pick one food, but I think overall in terms of wellness and eradicating disease and keeping inflammation at bay, will be a plant-based diet. And I don't mean like Beyond Meat. I mean like, real whole foods like greens, lentils, beans, fruits and vegetables. All those things are what's going to help change the trajectory of your life. So, yeah. I don't just have one because I love them all. But, yeah.
So where do berries fit in on the scale?
In terms of like health factor?
Yeah. Because
berries
for me, they're way at the top.
They're way at the top. They're anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. They're full of anthocyanins that, just help keep your body alkaline. They've got fiber and beta carotene and all those good things. So eat your berries. Don't listen to doctors who tell you don't eat fruit because of its sugar. That's a big no-no. Eat your fruit.
Yeah, the body knows how to process that sugar, and it'll regulate things out better if you're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, berries are up there along with greens. Yeah, all the plant-based stuff.
Okay, so are mushrooms plant-based?
They are, yeah, and they're a great source of B12 and iron and protein. And I know, like, I get the question a lot, well, I don't know, say they have candida or something, some kind of fungal overgrowth, and their naturopath tells them not to eat mushrooms. And I say, well, chaga, tail, lion's mane, those mushrooms don't metabolize the same way as like a button mushroom at the store. They haven't been mass produced and sprayed with all kinds of chemicals. So those are okay. Eat your mushrooms.
What came to my mind when you're talking the plant-based diet, we've got a friend, a couple of them actually, who I'm going to quote this friend. Plants are my medicine. Meat is my food. And that's how this particular person attacks it. He has a carnivore diet, breakfast, lunch, and supper. And I'm just curious to how you see the carnivore diet. Just because, like, it was just a question that popped into my head. I was thinking, you know who I'm thinking of, Steve, right?
Yeah. No, I would ask that same question, actually.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have a lot of people mad at me, but I'm not against it. I think it has its place for some people, and I think, you know, when I'm consulting with people, with my clients and stuff, I never say, "Oh, you can't eat meat." I think everyone's biome and metabolism is different, and if you're eating, you know, free-range meat that's been ethically raised and all those things, that's chemical-free, sure, you can have some chicken and some beef. Like it has its place, and some people really just don't do well on a plant-based diet. We're just so varied in terms of our metabolism. So I'm not against it, but I think, you know, it takes longer to break down. It's acidic. And so if you have any kind of gut health issues or inflammation, a carnivore diet is probably not for you because it will increase your inflammation. It takes longer to break down in your body. I mean, a piece of steak or hamburger stays in your intestinal wall for 12 to 16 hours before it's even broken down. So that's a lot of energy your body needs to give out just to break down a piece of meat. And so for me, if I'm trying to function optimally and at my best and have longevity, I probably wouldn't want to be a carnivore. No. But it has its place. Like, I don't eat. I just make sure that I know where it comes from and how it's raised. And I think you just really have to tap into how your body functions and how it feels with certain foods. And for some people, that's with meat, but not for me.
But there's also the difference in what you eat in your life, and if you have a disease, what you eat to heal. And that's an area where with cancer patients, a lot of time, they'll take it wrong, because I will actually tell them you're better off to not. First off, I just say lose pork, because it's a toxic meat. You know, there's so much fat. It's a dirty meat. It's so full of worms. Just lose it.
Yeah.
And with the beef, I work on that energy thing, and you talked about it in there of, you know, the body only has so much energy. So if you have a chunk of meat going through your system, it's spending a lot of energy. And I love the way you pointed out how it sits in before it even starts to get absorbed. But then there's how many times did the person chew the meat? Because really, in my research, it says a minimum of 24 times. We should chew everything at least 24 times to break it down so it has access to the body. But we're not taught that. And I know me, when I was eating steak, you know, if I didn't get that sucker down fast enough, somebody else in my family, one of my brothers, would be grabbing a chunk of it. So, you know, it's 3 chews gone, 3 chews gone, 3 chews gone. Well, how long does the body have to work at breaking that down? And then if you have that type of a pattern, sometimes it doesn't get broken down. And that is what, you know, it's heavy. So it fits in at the colon pocket. It creates a little pocket. It sits there and rots. And what is rotting meat going to do inside your system? It's going to cause a colon cancer. You know, so I always say, take a break.
Acid reflux. Oh, yeah. All kinds of things. Yeah.
Run it through again what you'd said. When you eat meat, it sits how long?
12 to 18 hours in your intestinal tract before it's broken down. And so this is what I tell people is that they often ask me, well, how can I improve my digestion when I eat meat? I'm like, chew your food. Just take, 5 minutes to chew your food like 30 times each. And it's not just the chewing, like, yes, chewing increases our enzymes. That's where it all starts, right in our mouth, not in our gut. But also connect with your food and take time to slow down and actually enjoy your food. But yeah, it sits in your intestinal tract for 12 to 18 hours before it's even digested. If you have compromised gut already, that's just a recipe for disaster. Like you said, colon cancer, but underactive stomach, which we know is what causes like acid reflux, bloating, gas, belching, all those things. So people think there's something complicated in terms of how to fix it, but really it's just, slowing down and chewing your food.
Yes. And then I found on the energy scale, if you only have so much energy, if you eat you take because I'll tell them, well, if you keep desiring the meat and you want to eat the meat, then go from the big piece to the small piece and really take the time to enjoy it. Because if you eat the big piece at night when you're sleeping, your body could be spending energy healing, or it could spend it trying to digest that meat. But you only have so much running. What is it working on? And in my world, I'd rather, I'll eat a whole pile of mushrooms and things that like broccoli that are giving me the sulforaphane and crap that I need to fight the disease, and let the body process those while I'm sleeping. But I love the way you put it, because there's more science in there on it. When I researched meat, and because when I quit eating, red meat, I quit pork easy. When I quit the red meat, I would still eat wild meats and whatnot. But of course, I was kind of buried in researching, and I found that in some of the researching that the body works at digesting meat differently than it works at digesting plants. And in the research I did, it said it attacked it more like a foreign antibody in the gut than it does with plant matter. So I'd have to go through and find those studies again. But that was one of the things that I thought was kind of interesting. It's like, oh, so if it's attacking it like a foreign antibody, then it's igniting systems in the body to fight. And when you're trying to heal, you don't want it fighting the food. You want it fighting the disease.
That's right. That makes sense.
Anyway, that was just me babbling. But thank you, because what you said made sense to me, and I was able to put things into a row. But I'm noticing we're over time, so I guess it's that time again.
No, before it's that time again, I just want to take a second here because, it'll be our day off. But on Thursday, May 2nd, my co-host here is going to be celebrating his birthday. So just because it's a couple days early and we won't be here on Thursday, I wanted to take the moment to say happy birthday from Mushy Moment and Pace Radio to the amazing.
Thanks. What'll I be? I'll be 5013.
Yes, 5013.
Oh, and that brings us to, it's that time again. Thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host. Yay, got it right. Cindy, myself. Oh, and our awesome guest, Jennifer. Sorry, I can't make that one happen for some reason. There we go.
Thank you for having me again.
And thank you for being our guest once again. Thank you for the information.
Anytime.
And, hey, Al, thanks for letting us be on here and give the baby a hug. Woo! Welcome to the world, Kylie.
Hi.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Same show, different name, no opening yet, but that's okay. It will all eventually happen, I am sure. The name is now changed. The opening will be different. I will get going and I will start a page with the name so I can directly stream there and get everybody with the live shows on the page, which will be really, really cool. Facebook has decided it's not going to stream or let the groups have a third party streaming to the groups. So I have to actually make a page versus a group, but I can still get to my my own page, which I will, and I will continue to do for those of you who are used to seeing me on my live feed on my page. Yeah. So I've been away for a couple of weeks. It's nice to be back. It's nice to see everybody. Hi, how you doing? I got back and I had emergency dental surgery the day I got back. I was in a lot of pain and I was thinking, and I took antibiotics and it, because I thought I had an infection, and it turned out I didn't have an infection. The tooth itself was actually cracked crossways 3/4 of the way. It was very painful. But it's gone now, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. Yay. And no more pain from that tooth anyway, which is a really great thing. It's sadly, tooth issues and gum issues are one of the side effects of a hard life. But it's one of the things that is very joyous to get fixed. And as it gets fixed, it's amazing. It's nice to get that smile back that's truly there. So that's my story of emergency dental surgery. It sucked. Hey, Justin, how are you? But it is now done. So I buggered off and I went out west for a while. I was there for 10 days. It was fantastic. Started off the visit. It wasn't really a visit. I went out there for medicine and then did some visiting around that. So I went out and I did the first medicine that I partook in is called Combo. It comes from frogs in the Amazon. And it's where they put little burns, hey, Carolyn, in your skin and then apply the frog venom on that. And it detoxes your whole body. I mean, every little tiny corner of your body gets detoxed. And it's a hard medicine, but it's well worth it. And then we did some cacao, which I talk about all the time. And then I did some 5-MeO-DMT, aka the God molecule, which comes in a couple of forms. That's okay, sweetheart. I am here, and you never know if you don't get it. If you don't get it out in time, I may. Yeah, it may. I have no idea when I'm coming to Ontario, but I will be there at some point in time this summer. I guarantee it. So 5-MeO, it's known as the God molecule, and the natural form comes from the Bufo alvarius or the Encilius alvarius toad, which is commonly known as the Sonoran desert toad or the Colorado mud toad. So I did both versions while I was out west. It was pretty cool. One right after another. So it was fantastic. Very healing, very amazing time with wonderful healing people. I very much enjoyed it. And then we took a day off to rest because, you need to. And then I attended a couple of 420 celebrations. I went to the 419 celebration. Pardon me, the countdown to 420. It was like spectacular. It was awesome. It was very intimate. And there were a couple of fun things that happened. I have to say the Kinky with Cannabis painting show was definitely a highlight. It's not something that I feel I can probably share on a live podcast. The streaming destinations might get a little upset with me. But this gentleman painted pictures, a couple of them, using his penis and his balls. He put on quite a show, like a little dance show to start with. He had wonderful music playing in the background, so he was dancing around. It was very energetic. And the portrait that he painted of Bob Marley was actually very, very good. But it was something that I have heard about and I really wanted to experience, and I got to experience, and oh my goodness, what an experience. It was very interesting. This guy is quite the entertainer. So that happened. And then of course the next day was 420. So I went to Victoria Hall in Vancouver and celebrated with a few hundred people, if not more. And it was spectacular. And I got the 420, Steve Mather got the 420 recorded. I was up front taking a hit off the giant volcano balloon, and he was in back taking a video. So it's a short little 10-second video here of the actual countdown. So I thought that I would play it for you guys. So there it is. That's the I can stop sharing that now. That was the countdown. There was actually way more people outside, and then there was way more people downstairs when all of this was happening. It was quite a large gathering. There was also a gathering at the art gallery in Vancouver, and sadly they had Thornton Park completely gated off, and they had Sunset Beach gated off. And the police showed up at the art gallery giving people a hard time, and they were on their way to us when the party was like just coming to an end. So the Vancouver police at their finest trying to stop cannabis. But anyway, it was still a good time. It was lots of fun. There was lots of wonderful people there. I got to hang out with everybody, really. One of the main ladies that I hung out with most of the time with Krista Parker from Victoria over there on the island. I can't remember the name of the town that she's actually from, but she's from over on Vancouver Island, and she came over for the 420 festivities and was at both celebrations. And the last time I got to see Krista was for about 5 minutes last year at 420 in the rain when it was pouring. So it was nice to sit and hang out and chat with her. And then we went down to the Amsterdam Cafe and hung out a little bit more when the party broke up. It was a good time. We had lots of fun. And, I'm looking forward to seeing folks again at some point in time. Always a good time. And then it was really exciting to see the 420 festivities happening all across the country. I saw pictures coming from different people from all the way here in Nova Scotia, straight across the country to BC. Festivities were going on, and it was awesome to see all the pictures pop up, of everything that was going on. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to light my joint now. So, I mean, that was kind of, the medicine in 420 in a nutshell. It was, it was a ton of fun. There was a dab bar at each place, and we got to have some amazing dabs. There was this one called Bubble Live that was just amazing. If I could figure out the company that it came from, and there was another one I can't remember the name of that I really, really enjoyed. I've got it written down on one of my tickets because it's the one I voted for. Oh, bongs are always great. I keep threatening to get my bong out, Justin, and I just haven't in the last little while. But I've got a bong I love to use, and maybe I'll actually get it out. So I have changed the name of the show to your evening medicine break. And, I do plan on talking all things medicine. One of these days I might run a little mini, cacao ceremony. I'm going to talk about the different medicines that I do and, the couple that I'm studying, the couple that I want to go study. Cannabis will be a large part of that conversation. But I'm opening it up to everything. If there's any kind of medicine that you would like me to go find out about and chat about, or find somebody that knows about and see if they want to come on and chat, just let me know. Send me a PM, leave a message, and I will do my best. Like, there's a lot of good ones out there, and they're not all of the psychoactive kind, just so you know. But that's what we talk about on this station, is really the psychoactive kind. So, what else did I do when I was at West? I'm looking for the thing that I want to show you guys. And eventually oh, there it is. So I took a day and a half, almost 2 days, and I went touristing. Because I don't do a lot when I'm out there on purpose. I do see a lot of stuff. I have been able to take a lot of pictures, but I don't do a lot of touristing when I'm out there on purpose. So I asked to go touristing, and my friend John picked the places, and he gave my friend Steve a list of places and said, go here. John wasn't feeling well. He had just, hey, Luke, how are you? John had just gotten out of the hospital, so he wasn't able to join us. So Steve was the tour guide. And we had, now that the pain is gone, it was wonderful. And he agrees. I'm doing, hey, Leona. I'm doing very wonderful. Thank you, Luke. So the first place that we went, once we got out and about, was this place called Lynn Canyon Park. It's a rainforest in BC. And it says so right here. But it is an incredible rainforest in BC, to be honest. And when you come up to it, there is, you park, and they've got a little museum. Hey, Carolyn. I think you're saying hi to, anyway, hi to everybody. You go in, there's this little museum gift shop, and I went in, looked around the little museum part, got something for the grandkids, and Steve asked the lady that was working the counter, hey, we've come to see the suspension bridge. And she pulls out this map, this little pamphlet right here. And she says, well, you're in luck. I have this map. You're here. And if you're going to go for the walk around, go this way, because, you get the steep stairs down and a more gradual walk up. So we said, okay. I never looked at the map. So we go, and this lady says, go around the cafe to the right, and then go down the stairs over there. Those are the really steep ones. And then you'll go around and you'll come back up an easier way. And then you'll get to the suspension bridge. And so great. We went for a walk. So we went down these really, and then when they say steep stairs, I mean, like, we were talking almost straight down. It was crazy. But you're going down into the canyon, into the rainforest. So we went down, and then we're walking along, and we come to this fork in the road, and we decide to go right. We shouldn't have gone right, but we went right. And, we had some flat areas, and then a few steps up and some flat areas. And we were thinking, oh, this lady was right. This is nice and loud, casual stroll up. It's great. The scenery was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It was spectacular. I mean, it was a rainforest, right? And then we come to these stairs heading straight up again. In each section, because there was way more than one section, each section was 3 or 4 stories worth. I would say 3.5, you know, I say 3 to 4, but really 3.5 stories worth of stairs. And you go up the 3.5-ish stories worth of stairs, and you go around the corner, and then there's more. And then you go up that 3.5-ish stories worth of stairs, and you go around the corner, and there's more. And we're talking like this. So after the first 2, we're thinking this girl lied to us. This is an easier walk up than those stairs were down. Like, this is the same, if not worse, because there's more of them. So we're on the 3rd set. And Steve stopped somebody and asked some questions, but this poor gentleman had a hard time understanding English and whatnot. So we didn't get the answers we were looking for. So we kept going because we figured that's got to be the end, that corner. So we get up to the top and we go around the corner, and it's not the end. There's another 3.5 stories. So we're now walking up our 4th one. We get to the top of it and we turn the corner and we're like, holy fuck. So we're not sure what we're going to do. So we go up like maybe half of that next set of stairs, and Steve stops somebody that can speak English. And we asked if they knew the place well, and he did. So Steve said, well, where are we? And so I know that you guys can't really see this, but I mean, really, if I look down, the parking is here. The parking is here. And then the suspension bridge is here. And we were like over here somewhere when we finally stopped and asked a question. And there were still stairs going up and up and up. So we ended up pretty much down at the bottom of the canyon. So after, I think it was 4 sets of those 3 flight-ish stairs, and a few extra, we finally looked at each other, and my knees are done because I've got bad knees. My hip is just about ready to give out. I mean, my lungs are mad at me because I'm not in shape, so you know I'm breathing hard. My muscles are just, you know, I can tell that the next day is going to be one hell of a painful day. And so we're looking up, which we have no idea where that goes. And we're looking down, and we've been there. And we decide to go down. Steve convinces me that we should go down. And so we're going down, like down, almost straight down. No railings on these flights at all. So here I am trying to go down these stairs. My head's spinning because I'm not in good shape. And, you know, I had just climbed 3, 6, more than 12 flights of stairs, probably 14 flights of stairs. At the end of it, we had started, and Steve's counter was like at 2,500 steps. And when we came out, we were like over 15,000 steps. That's how many steps we did. Not all up, but, you know, like I'd say probably a quarter of them level, and then half of the 3/4 up and half of the 3/4 down. It was crazy. So we go back and we go across like the nice flat land. It's, you know, and you know, the scenery is still beautiful. So we come to where we were supposed to go on this fork, and we go up that, and then there's stairs. And the lady was right. The stairs are not as steep as the other ones were, but after climbing a couple thousand stairs, they look like they were like murder. But we get up the stairs and we get to the suspension bridge, and it was beautiful. It was absolutely gorgeous. Like, I mean, we were looking down, you know, 100 or 2 feet into, like, you know, the water and the cliffs, and and the scenery was beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I got a lot of wonderful pictures. They're on my Facebook page if you're a friend of mine. You can peruse them anytime. Most of them are anyway. So it was absolutely spectacular. It was beautiful. And so we decide that we're done. We're taking pictures of each other. And so we decide that we're finally done on the bridge after, you know, I don't know, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it was. And we walk off the other side of the bridge. Okay, so we get off the other side of the bridge, and I shit you not, less than 10 steps and 50 feet later, we're back at the fucking cafe that we started at. So if we were in person, I'd have you like, I would hear you laughing and I'd feed off that, and the story would take 5 times as long and you'd be laughing more. But it was a hard walk. And when we got back, Steve realized like where we were before I did, because I was still kind of looking at the map and playing with my phone. And then I noticed him like walking away a little bit faster. And then I looked up and I saw the cafe and I'm like, oh, So we didn't have to do that at all. But in hindsight, I'm really, really glad we did, because it was the British Columbia rainforest and I was walking around the bottom of it. And it's just really, really, it was really, really amazing. And the view is spectacular. Like I said, I have shared a number of pictures. I've got a lot more that I will share over time. So if you're curious to go look at them, they are on my page. And if you're ever in BC, and you have the ability to go up and down some stairs, I highly recommend going to Lynn Canyon. But when you get down, when you get there, take the left and go back up, and then instead of all the other stairs. I would, if I was in better shape, I would have been interested to see where they went. But the place was spectacular. And the suspension bridge, if you've never been on a suspension bridge, like this is a newfound suspension bridge, but it was still swaying. And of course, it still moved with everybody getting on it. So like it was almost like waves, but not that bad, because it was, like I say, very, very new. It really was amazing, Justin. My knees eventually forgave me, my hip eventually forgave me, and my muscles eventually forgave me. Now I can just relish in those pictures. So, and this was at the bottom of the mountain. And then we went up to the top of the mountain, which has, I can't remember the name of the ski lodge, but it's the Olympic Ski Lodge. So we're down at the bottom and we're in, bare feet and tank top weather. It was warm. It was beautiful. And we did a couple other things up the mountain, and we eventually get to the top of the mountain to the Olympic Ski Lodge, and people are in snowsuits skiing. Now, it's just the staff. They're out there just doing maintenance and, making sure everything's okay. The place is actually closed up. You can't be, somebody coming in off the streets and going skiing. But there was still snow, which I went walking through in Birkenstocks and bare feet for pictures. And it was pretty awesome. I got to say, it was pretty cool to go from feet in the sand at the beach earlier that morning to why the frig didn't I bring extra clothing, because it was so cold at the top of the mountain. And of course, you really felt it in your ears going up and down the mountain. It was pretty cool. Got some spectacular pictures. And I got to walk in the snow, in weather that I had just come from being with my feet in the sand and in a tank top. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. And all of my babbling aside, it is now time to talk about this week's giveaway. And I will, instead of talking about next week's giveaway, I'll just announce it that morning. I kind of like this. Y'all don't know what's coming. You'll find out next Tuesday morning. I think that works. I think it's a great way to go. So I still have some of these t-shirts, so I am just grabbing them at random, and we are now at the point that you get what you get. So this one is a unisex 2X in nice blue, the Daba. So beautiful t-shirt. We have a joint roller, because I have an abundance of them. So we have a joint roller. And then coming from BC, we have a Vancouver 420 sticker. We have some cannabis-infused topicals from CaliCare. Oh, there we go. There. We have a pair of Canna sunglasses. Not even out of the package yet. Never came out of the plastic. And we have a pair of 3 Happy Cats 420, because I have 2 pairs of them. I have a purple pair here and a leopard skin type pair over there. So I'm going to give the one I got this past trip away. And I just thought that somebody would enjoy a 3 Happy Cats headband made by Asia May Moon. Owens, Asia May Moon Owens. Also, I stopped into the mushroom dispensary to see Dana while I was out there, and I grabbed a few stickers. So I'm throwing one in tonight's giveaway. And then, of course, we go into the stickers. I love to go grab stickers. So we have some mushroom stickers. We have one of the things that we saw in the rainforest. There was a tree stump there that had obviously been hit by lightning, and it was growing another tree out of the center of it. It was really cool. Hearts. Some cannabis stickers. And one of them's a heart. Ha, ha, ha. Hey, Frosty, how are you? And then I found these positive affirmation stickers. So this one says, work hard in silence. Let your success be your noise. Isn't that nice? And then this one says, if you never go, you will never know. Meaning take the leap. And then because it's growing season, I have one more pack left after this. So this is growing season, and this is coming to us from Jordan of the island. I'm trying to pull this down so you can see that it says Jordan's. And this is coming to us from the Blueberry Crush Editions. And this is called Gorilla Crush. I'm really excited to see what this is like. So whoever wins this, you're going to have to give me reports. So that is this week's giveaway. I'm going to fold it all up back in this tank top. Some from Al, some from me, and some from BC. Yes. And then, I didn't get this ready yet. So I am going to click the buttons. Wheel of names. Here we go. We come back here. Yeah, I know. It sounds good, hey? So I have, this is our wheel of names. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to click the button. And we're going to find out who wins together. Who's going to win? Well, Teddy Lynn, looks like you're going to be able to try that, guys. You just won. Congratulations. That's amazing. I hope that you grow them. I hope that they're fantastic. And I want a full report when you get it done, in October, November. Well, there you go. Happy birthday. Yeah, you won. Yay for Teddy Lynn. That's awesome. Fantastic. Well, with that, folks, that is the show. Thank you so much for coming along and listening to me babble about my trip and about medicine. This was a fun giveaway. I will get some boxes and get all of the mail that I have left here right now off this week. Yeah. So have a fantastic week. I will see you Monday. I am back on the Pace News on Monday morning. Al and Reverend Cindy will be bringing the news Monday morning. I will see you Tuesday afternoon with Steve Mather. And we have a wonderful guest coming up next Tuesday. We're really excited. And then back here Tuesday evening for your evening medicine break with me, Reverend Cindy. So thank you so much for joining. I'm going to go up here. Everybody's saying congratulations. That's awesome. And I will, I'll put together another epic giveaway for next week. And we'll post that Tuesday morning. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. I hope that you have a wonderful week. See you later.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're a former organizer of a march and attended some over the years.
Yeah.
Why did you march? Why did you march in the Global Marijuana March? What was the reason why?
I wanted law reform. I didn't believe that a plant should be prohibited, be illegal. It was a plant. People were going to jail for small amounts of cannabis, and patients, people that were using it for medical purposes, were going to jail for the use. Grant Krieger was thrown in jail in Calgary for the use of his cannabis. And I just saw the injustice in all of it. And it was just ridiculous that people that were finding relief using this plant should be being persecuted for it. So I organized, because it was worldwide, and I saw an article where Dana Beale, I was reading High Times, and Dana Beale there was an article about Dana Beale in the High Times, and it said, if you want to join in, contact this. And I sent him an email. Next thing you know, I got this big package in the mail with all these Global Marijuana March posters, and I just started posting them all over the place. And me and Alvin showed up on the front steps of City Hall with a table and a bunch of posters and waited for people to come.
There you go. Perfect. So if I said to you, or said to you, fill in the blank, I march for, that answer that you just gave would be massive, and every reason was perfect.
Right?
Yeah.
Like there's so many reasons, and so many people can't march that you have to go march for.
Yeah, exactly.
There's people that worked back then that were closet users, right? That couldn't stand up, couldn't speak out because they lose their job. So that was another reason too. I had friends that were in, healthcare and stuff, and they all smoked because they had arthritis and they'd been, working on their feet didn't drink, and they would have lost their jobs. I would have lost my job. In fact, I did. I quit my job at H&R Transport because I was drug tested and got caught smoking.
Well, I thank you for your answer on that, and I am sending out a request to our viewers tonight, and anybody who watches this as a podcast afterwards, to create themselves a little video saying, I march for, and explain what you march for when it comes to the global cannabis end of things, and post it. Maybe tag the Toronto Global Marijuana March, or post it on their wall, or post it on any other Global Marijuana March location, and share with your friends, so that you get people interested back into the marches in order to create change, and the same reason why you started.
Right. And somewhere was it Germany, I believe?
Germany.
This too, but not in the same, but again, everybody's moving in that direction. But then you have the Philippines. And then you have Thailand, and you have all these other countries that Iraq and that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we better get back onto the review thing here, because there's lots of reasons why to march. So
absolutely.
yeah. All right.